make it more, I guess, worrisome for what could be coming in playoffs, but there's still time for that. There's still a whole lower bracket that we might be able to get into.
I think Crew has been playing a lot better, honestly, these last 2 games, but also something that I want to pinpoint is Osphos back on the Neon. Like, I've been waiting for this for so long. I'm finally glad he started doing it.
What are the vibes for the games?
Oh, MIBR and Crew are gonna feed Brazilian generations with Osphos versus Les and Sadak.
I love that. Well, before we actually get into the first match, we want to pick Sato and Emily's brains because by we, I mean Alexis and I made an initiator tier list and we ranked our top 5 initiators that we think work in this meta right now. So we would like some feedback. Alexis, you want to start us off with number 5?
Yes, let's see our number 5. I'm depressed. That is my husband, my man, my Breechykins.
Okay.
And we had to put him at the bottom of the list because he's kind of booty cheeks right now.
Okay, but you should be kind of lucky that he even made the top 5. Like, we're missing some. We have actually a great lineup of initiators that we've been seeing.
Are you so serious right now?
I mean, if he's gonna be,
right?
I know he's your man.
That's a video
and no
game
offense, but if he's gonna make the list, he's gonna be number 5.
Wait, hold on, Sato. Why is it a thumbs down?
She's gone.
Tell me.
Get Breach off the screen, man. He does not deserve to be there. He does not deserve the top 5.
You want to put Gecko there?
Any other initiator.
Okay.
Gecko, Tejo maybe. Okay, let's move on to number 4. So for this initiator, we actually put Sky in here for number 4. We thought that her flashes are good, her info is good, but I just don't see it as the top initiator. Her ult is so specific. A lot of that information you're getting is just, it depends on the round.
Yeah, it also feels a little bit of a comfort pick. Like, we're not seeing her in the meta enough to be kind of making that top 3 list, but you know, it just makes sense. It makes sense. You know, we've seen Trent play this guy.
So, is that a good thing, Sato? Emily?
It makes sense.
Is it a thumbs up?
I think it makes sense in number 4.
I like it at the top 4. I don't know if she should be 4th place, but
what would you put her at?
I think I would put her at like top 3.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
All right. Well, who is our top 3?
Who is our number 3? Let's see it. My other man.
Oh, this is Aura.
These are video game.
Our man. Yes, I'm sorry. Our man.
Video game character once again.
He has a soul.
You.
He does. He has a personality.
Well, KO is our number 3. Can you tell us a little bit why about KO's number 3?
He's got the banger pop flashes. He has good info on the knife. I think his ult is really powerful, and I feel like it's way better than Sky ult as well. So I think that's why we decided to put him at number 3.
Agree.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I actually really like the KO pick. I like that we're getting back into this double innie kind of team comps we've been seeing a lot more. I think KO's been really fun to watch, especially for those players who have been being forced to flex around a bit more and not have as much fun.
Okay, we got to get the final boss's opinion, Sato.
I like it.
Hey!
I would swap it though. Honestly,
where would you swap?
Wait, would you swap
I would swap it with Sky.
You
swap it with Sky, yeah.
Oh yeah, put both of my boyfriends at the bottom of the list.
That's okay. Anyway, we're gonna move on to number 2. Number 2, we've actually put Sova in slot number 2. We think his util is amazing. The only downfall is his ult. It feels like there's so many of those set plays that we've seen them run with that Hunter's Fury. It kind of gets predictable. And yeah, I think his util, same thing.
I think it's just a little bit clunky. I feel like a lot of his drone usages and darts are kind of getting predictable at this point. I feel like we gotta switch it up a little bit.
Sato, what do you think?
I like it. I think number 2 for Silva's a deserved spot.
Hey.
He's been there with us for a long time. I think I like this one.
He's an old guy.
I mean, there's a reason why he's being picked so much, so I think number 2, we'll have to see who number 1 is, who you guys decided for that, but...
So is that a thumbs up or...?
I gotta say a thumbs down.
What the hell? What the hell?
He's been tested, but he's been shown that he's so good. What the
heck? Alexis, let us know. Who is number 1 on this
Show my number 1 baddie.
Show my number 1 baddie.
Hey, girly. Yeah,
Fade.
I feel like she's so good. She has a lot more info than Sova, although you don't get a drone, you don't get confirmed, you know, who is where.
Yeah.
But I feel like having those double prowlers to get info across the map is really strong.
Yeah.
Listen, in this meta, I understand with this map pool, it kind of makes sense, but I still gotta say, Sova is a lot stronger in pushing back those op lines. On maps like, I guess, Split, maybe Summit, Fade makes sense, but when there's a lot more openness, like when you look at Breeze, I feel like her prowlers kind of become a little bit useless.
But her ult is OP for retakes and close spams.
Man, but she's making a sound argument here.
I feel like Fade is getting played on every map except Breeze right now. You can play
like
her.
I said,
play her on Breeze.
You could also run the Sova on Sunset. There's a lot of arguments.
All right, give us a final grade on this. Give us a
final grade.
Yeah.
Like a B+.
A B+?
I mean, Breach making the list is kind of
I'll
weird. The Sova and Fade should be swapped, in my opinion.
Dap me up, dude.
Yes. I'll take it. Okay, well, let's move on to our first match of the day and talk about MIBR. They were in a really tough alpha group, as you know, Sato. They played against Lev, NRG, EG, Envy, and Furia. So this group has been a little bit tough. A lot of really high contenders here. And even the teams that we were thinking weren't going to be the best, like EG and Envy, they stepped up to the plate.
Sato, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you played against them. What do you think for MIBR? What could they improve on? What do you think, oh, this is why they lost? Besides, you guys are just goated.
I never thought about that, actually. That's a good question. I think since they're not new, but they're still developing their double duelist, and Aspas is finally back on Neon. So I think time is a really important factor here because they need to practice a lot. I think it's really important for both Neon and Phoenix to be really, have really good chemistry.
Yeah.
And I think just practice is gonna make them perfect, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. From an outsider's point of view, honestly, they could have gone 4-1 in that group. I think that matchup against NRG, it was a lot closer than it seemed. They should have taken away that first map, and if they did, it would have been a swift 2-0. And I think even though they lost against you guys towards the end there, it didn't seem to shake them up too much. Okay, Humble King, Humble King. It didn't shake them up, so I look forward to seeing them progress match to match and hopefully find a little bit better results this time around.
Yeah, I feel like they're constantly improving and they're constantly finding their identity. What do you think?
I mean, there's no shame.
Чё, как у вас рассказывается?
Yeah, okay. You guys are the Masters winner.
So obviously they wouldn't be sure.
Okay, well, let's send it over to Golden Boy and hear from Zekin.
All right, so Zekin, look, you guys have faced off against some great teams, and your only 2 losses are against 2 of the strongest teams in the league right now. How do you think that situation has kind of prepared you for these play-ins? But more importantly, how does it get you guys ready for the future when you inevitably face these guys again?
I think those losses helped us to learn a lot. We learned a lot from them, and then these play-ins, hopefully, we're going to be able to generate some good momentum and use what we learned in the playoffs, and when we play them again, I think we'll be a lot better prepared.
What would you say was the biggest lesson you guys pulled away from the regular stage?
Just how we want to be on game day, on the stage, like how we want to prepare, how we want to do things together, how we want to go in as a team.
All right, cool. Looking forward to seeing you guys on stage.
Выспался, да хуй знает вообще.
Playing as a team, super important. And I think in stage 2, Zekin actually has a pretty big role. What is going on here? Has a pretty big role on this team because he's actually enabled Aspas to be super aggressive in the server. Sato, you're talking about how the synergy works there. Do you feel like they've been working on it now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really important for...
Сейчас, секунду, я посчитаю, короче, флеты.
And also to be always together with them.
Yeah.
I talk from experience, you know me.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Последних 2 дней в доте.
So I think Zekin is a great player. He carried me in ranked like the other day.
Yeah.
So I have really high hopes for him.
That's why he's a good player, because he carried him right.
Of course.
Yeah, and also just speaking about Aspas, we've talked about his transition into Neon a little bit, but I don't think we've really encapsulated like how far that can really take them, because Aspas has been a standout player since the dawn of time, since the beginning of Valorant. But when you're actually seeing him get more comfortable on an agent like Neon, getting that speed buff, getting that slide buff, having a lot more of the utility that he could just use for himself, it looks phenomenal. Add his mechanics on top of that, it's unreal.
You have to be a really strong duelist player to be able to shift from a non-movement role like Jet to be able to pick up that Neon. It's really hard. I tried playing it myself, did not go well.
Did not go well. Yeah, I think the shift that we've seen with him, with being super aggressive, taking a lot more high risk, high reward plays, has paid off. And again, I do think we owe a little bit to Zekin for holding his hand the whole time. But today, MIBR will have to deal with Crew Visa. They won their last 2 games. They had an insane reverse sweep against Bestia. Even though that first map was a little bit rocky, the next 2 were a stomp, guys.
I mean, what first map? I don't remember our first map.
Yeah.
That actually never happened. It was so quick. It was gone in the blink of an eye. But no, I really like the confidence that I've been seeing out of them, specifically for Dante. I think a lot of the swaps that they did coming into play has just helped them kind of grow as a team. team, and like they look like they're having a lot more fun on top of that.
I like the synergy too between the KO and the Neon across their maps. I feel like they finally got the hang of like flash timings, swing here, do this. I think they have a good communication. You could tell that just from their gameplay.
Нашли киды чемпионы,
They're
точно.
one of the only teams that are kind of shifting away from the double duelist meta. They're
Сами
they're
виноваты.
playing solo duelist and chamber, and it's something that we haven't seen before, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, it feels like they really found some sort of identity, some sort of set plan for them, because I feel like that's what we were struggling with when we're watching Crew.
Значит, ликвиды забрали этот турнир.
They were playing that Lotus stage one really good. They finally made their debut.
Топ-3 на данный момент находится.
They were looking phenomenal, but then all of a sudden
VALbINA,
it just felt like they were kind of
ликвиды.
stagnant. Do you guys agree?
No. Sorry, I was distracted by them having so much fun out there.
Yeah, that is team building.
You guys
want to skedaddle and like?
I'm super down.
Квиз сатаника.
I mean, I would agree. Obviously, they were the team that looked like they were up and coming. They were going to have a great run in playoffs, and then it fell short. It feels like not only were the results not there, but their team kind of fell apart. But I think them finding that new identity that we've been kind of highlighting here will help them and just have a foundation to go off of.
Sato, what do you think kind of went wrong for them during stage one, and what do you think they're working on better now?
I feel like the feeling that I get from them is kind of like
Я уже вижу, как все отлетают нахуй, все.
They had a really good group stage, and then during playoffs, things weren't really going their way, and I feel like they just kind of crumbled when things went a little bit wrong.
Надеюсь, Крю соснут. Так, играют у нас сегодня MIBR против Крю, да.
From being in a bad shape, so they're going to be a lot more scarier than they were before.
Ну, вообще, будто бы, да, преимущество за MIBR.
Yesterday in those last two games, so scary is definitely a good word
Будто
for
бы
it.
MIBR.
But there's actually a lot of history here with this matchup. Ospas facing off against Sadok and Les, the louder union. What do you think, Sato?
Oh yes, man.
That's it, period.
Oh yeah.
How do you feel?
This is gonna be amazing. This is the first time that they meet against each other, and I can bet there are a lot of Brazilians out there that are very excited for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a big fan back when they were all on the same team. I think it was on Loud, or I think it was Loud in 2023 when they made their champs run. They placed third, losing out to EG, their past iteration of the roster. So I was a big fan of seeing them together. I think I'll be an even bigger fan now that they're going head to head. I don't know about you. I'm hyped.
Alexis, Sato, do you guys feel like now that they're facing off former teammates, do you feel like there's an advantage for anyone, or do you think it's completely different because it's been so long?
Oh, low-key, what if there's like bad blood and they start standing up and like yelling at each other? I feel like that would be fire.
We know someone who likes to yell a lot on this desk. Let's send it back to Golden Boy and check in with Crew's chamber abuser. Here's Heat.
All right, Heat, it is safe to say that since the team has put you on the chamber, you have been lights out, putting up big numbers. What is it about that agent in particular, and I guess the conversations that you guys were having as a team that led to the conclusion that if you play chamber, hey, you guys could end up winning some games?
Cara, basicamente a gente tava perdendo, tava 0-4, a gente precisava fazer alguma mudança, e aí a gente fez uma mudança e colocou meio que no conforto. E basicamente isso, algo que fazia sentido pra gente e tá dando certo.
Well, we were 0-4, so we had to do something, and we tried to do this to put me in a more comfortable position, and I think it worked.
Yeah. And should we be expecting more of that in the future?
More. Pode ser que sim.
Okay, cool. There you have it. We're going to be seeing more chamber, and I'm looking forward to it because this guy's kind of nasty with it.
Well, the move to chamber has made Crew look a lot more comfortable in their gameplay. Even if Heat isn't always top performing, they still found a way to play around this chamber, and it's been looking really good. What do you think the big switch up was for them to fix their gameplay?
I mean, it just kind of, him swapping off of that Phoenix, going on a chamber, caused a chain effect, or a chain reaction. Because not only did he swap to chamber, you have Les swapping to the controller role a lot more, and Sadok moving away from that and going on that initiator. And I think his KO has helped tremendously with setting up Dante, especially getting those early fights, something that he kind of thrived in back in stage one in their playoffs run. But now he was struggling a little bit, but since this comp change, it just looked phenomenal. Also, Heat, I think he's an excellent opper.
Yeah, I think this is just them kind of adjusting to their own playstyle rather than them trying to copy the current meta.
Yeah.
Having Heat on any character that doesn't really play op is kind of not to say it's a waste, but it's kind of putting him in an uncomfortable position with Sadak also assisting his duelist like he has always done. It kind of just feels everyone is more in sync.
I feel like not every team can get away with playing off meta and playing to their own players' comfort. Like sometimes it's just weird and awkward, but I feel like Crew's doing such a good job of playing off meta and putting him on chamber and making sure he's comfortable because they can just build around him.
Yeah, and as you can see from the stats, he actually isn't performing as crazy as he was on the other agents, on mainly those duelists. What are you looking at over there?
He's looking at himself.
Just so you guys know, he can see himself right here. That's crazy. But he's been performing somewhat well, but it's just the fact that Crew has really found a good identity when it comes to the way they're playing in the server. And I think yesterday against Bestia, we really saw it come alive. I mean, what was the second map? 13-3 they beat Bestia. It was insane on Summit and on Sunset. I was a little bit scared when those maps were up, but they looked really good.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is, you know, you were talking about Heat's stats might not be as good as when he was on Phoenix, but if his stats go back and the rest of the team starts thriving, I think that's a great trade-off, and I think that was a good decision for them to make overall.
Yeah, it's like absolute net positive because not only is he comfortable, the entire team is now comfortable building around him. It's perfect.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, but let's actually take a quick look at our predictions. Did you send in predictions, Sato? You did.
I did.
Whoa, we are all MIB. That's crazy because we just spent 20 minutes talking about Crew and we all picked MIBR. Sato, tell me real quick, why MIBR for this?
I just think they are looking more solid than Crew at this point. They have kind of had these players for this current meta, and Crew needs to kind of innovate themselves.
Yeah.
So I feel like my MIBR has an advantage right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think for Crew, like, yes, they are improving, but they're kind of in the state where MIBR was weeks ago, back in stage 2, where they were starting to find their successor. I guess not stage 2, but stage 2 groups, if that makes that. I think
we
that
got
works
it.
out.
No, we got it.
Yeah, so I feel like Crew are improving. I don't think they're exactly where MIBR are yet or are today. Wow, English is so hard today. But also at the same time, when I look at MIBR, I just think that, you know, they've found their identity. They're just kind of building off of that. Crew got there, but it took them a minute.
Yeah, I totally agree with your point. I feel like MIBR is just 2 weeks ahead of
exactly.
They're definitely more consistent now, and I do think that they have a better head on their shoulders at the moment.
I think for me as well, MIBR, they've been playing this meta comp. They've been improving at it the whole time, and I feel like they're going to get a pretty good understanding of how to shut down a lot of the aggressive plays that Crew have been attempting to make, and I think they came around just a little bit too late. But this is going to be really interesting here because, again, we have this matchup with players who have played against each other or with each other in the past. And I think Sato, he's excited for this matchup. We've actually got a loud reunion, and MIBR and Crew Visa, they're just about to be ready to take the stage. So it's going to be so interesting because this is the upper bracket. The stakes are on the line. They do not want to drop into that lower bracket. Facing off against challengers teams for Crew, not once again. But day 3 of play-in starts right now.
Nosso próximo jogo vai ser contra a MIBR. Eu acho que com certeza é um dos nossos maiores, se não o maior desafio do play-in. Tem jogadores que são muito individualistas, mas muito brilhantes nessas funções, como Aspas, Verno, Ziken. Eles vão tentar jogar pra cima da gente e nós, como um time, temos que tentar jogar o nosso melhor juntos.
Crew definitely got better. I think everyone thought they'd be a better team than they've been performing lately.
Parece que a gente está se divertindo um pouco mais dentro de jogo agora nesses nossos últimos 2 jogos, né, com 2 vitórias. Mas a gente está tentando forçar um pouco mesmo essa felicidade.
They're definitely going to be very prepared, and I'm excited to see what they bring.
So many veterans about to walk out on this stage for both MIBR and Crew Visa. They're playing for a spot to make sure they stay in that upper bracket of play-ins.
Crew looked super strong going up against Bestia on Thursday, and I was really impressed by their macro and just their general movements around the map throughout the entire series. What I'm looking for from them today is to keep that same composure, but what I actually really want to see is Heat back on the chamber. I mean, he was able to take over the server, and I love how they built around him as a team.
But I mean, on the other hand, you have MIBR. At the start of the year, they were supposed to be the supposed super team, but they just fell short in kickoff and towards that stage 1. But stage 2, they've reinvented their identity. They're here today to try and fight for their spot in playoffs to show that they can make it there. They can be amongst the top teams and find that success that they've been searching for since the beginning of this team.
Sato, I know you talked about how you think MIBR is going to win. Give me a little snippet on what you think both these teams are going to look forward to in this matchup.
Man, I think it's gonna be really funny how, I mean, I just saw Aspas fist bumping Sadak, and you know they've been together for a long time, so maybe during this match we'll see stuff like them trying to read each other based on like how they used to play together, and I think this is gonna be a great match to witness.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of those high risk, high reward plays, and I think from both teams, we're not gonna see a hold in the non-stop aggression. I feel like it's something that both of them are so good at doing, and of course, with such established rosters, such established players, I mean, what do we need from Crew here to change our minds to pick them in a...
I mean, I think with their comps, they're kind of going back to these more niche ones, having that solo chamber, having the solo duelist. So I think if MIBR are able to kind of adapt and start putting those aggressions that you were talking about to sleep, they're going to need great adaptations going
Well, how did we think about those maps? Breeze coming up first. Is that a surprise to anyone?
Not a surprise at all, to be honest. I feel like, I don't know, maybe, Sato, maybe you can correct me. I feel like the Brazilian teams on Breeze, because they're all just insane one-tappers, it's always a fun match.
Well, my team has 3 Brazilians, and it's our permaban. We cannot play that. So
that's messed up. Actually,
I don't know, but I do think it's kind of weird that MIBR picked Breeze, which is a map that Crew has shown that it was comfortable in, and also Crew picked Sunset, which is a map that MIBR was comfortable in. So I don't know, I think this is going to be a great series because it's maps that both teams are well prepared in.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think going into the agent select here, we have the Neon, we have the Phoenix coming out from Aspas and Zekin. What are the main talking points that we had going into this?
I think it's just interesting their controller situation. If neither of these teams have swapped up, you have MIBR running that solo Harbor and Crew running that solo Viper, which is just something that's a lot harder to work around. I don't know how you feel, Sato. If they pull out a solo Viper, would your team feel comfortable doing that?
We
gotta swap.
They heard you.
You know what? Thankfully, because now they're not so stuck in their ways. If they throw that wall, they don't have to commit there.
I do think Harbor is the right pick for this map at the moment. I wouldn't know because I don't play this map anymore. But if I had to guess, that would be my guess.
Yeah, I really like that he is still on the chamber, Alexis.
Oh, I'm happy.
I know.
I also am happy that Sadak is still on the KO. It seems like they really found their footing with setting up people with these flashes. I really love it.
I really like to see it. But let's get into map 1 of this series and send it over to your casters. We've got Shift and Ash on the mic.
Appreciate that, friend Sato. Welcome to the desk, my man. Love the spice, love the hot takes. We've got day 3 of action here, upper bracket round 2. Now this starts to get a little bit hot. Crew did what they had to do. They got through the challengers team. They're able to stave off any really ugly early narratives. But now you got to find a way to go right back into Breeze, a map that they looked atrocious on just a short while ago, and take on a totally different caliber of opponent with MIBR.
They do, but there is that change that is coming in here within that composition. Let's see what the Harbor can do.
Indeed, indeed. It's time for Match Start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. And I gotta say, I love the call, pulling out the Harbor instead of the Viper here. Heat sticking onto the chamber. That's kind of what we came to know that could lead to some success for Crew. Now it just comes down to replicating it at the higher level. Here we go, upper bracket round 2. We've got MIBR taking on Crew Visa. Let's get it on.
Slow start so far. Really not too much being shown right now by Crew. Looking to see if MIBR are going to give anything, but it's just a patient, anchored, bunkered play there on that B side of the map. Trap play off of some information and contact. You see Sadak does try to bait with that information. The timing, though, when it comes down to the 0 point, getting so much value.
Yeah, the knife also forces out that curveball, so forces MIBR to step up in towards A main. That will lead towards this aggression now at B. Spy cam, trap wire, all in position. Follow-up code from the defense, just trying to see how much the map MIBR can still contest, even though they are not necessarily here yet. Sarah's going to get the easy plant. Now it's down to retake opportunity. No fast lane for Auspice. Keep that in the back of your mind. It's going to have to just be behind what they do with this water wall from Mizzino. Here comes the retake attempt. Opportunity here for Sadok to try to delay, but the flash does not really hit where it's intended to. Zeri able to find first blood. Good pinch from Les. Cannot hit the shots, though. How critical could that possibly be? Site retake is now here, but it's just down to can you actually find eliminations, and so far it is all Crew, and the kill feed Sadok's gonna find 3. Last one left alive is Tex, nowhere to go. Crew take the pistol.
Nicely done there by Crew. Picking up this pistol, absolutely huge for them. Again, reiterating what happened the last time we saw them on Breeze. We wanted them to start off on the right foot. And that wrap coming in from Les there was really the linchpin for this round. Yes, Sadok absolutely gets the frags on site, but Les is the one who causes that chaos. It forces the members of MIBR to look to turn around, try and fight into tons, and perfectly played there by Crew.
Really well done. Also just good to kind of know the timing of when they try to take that little challenge over towards A main, the knife revealing so much early. Different setup, of course. MIBR just on basic pistols. You don't expect much drama here.
Already seeing a walkout into elbow there for MIBR, just searching for information on the site that they have stacked.
Opening shot for Heat goes a bit wide, but middle of the map. Control is good for Crew. Just comes down to how do they want to use this as a pivot point. No immediate focus on towards A main as of yet. MIBR are going to kind of gamble stack just a touch and see if they've guessed correctly.
It's a moment to also kind of feel out for the side of Crew how MIBR are looking to handle that defense. But right now, MIBR, Aspas has a lot of information with this push into elbow. It's such a comfortable hold here for Crew. But again, still a weapons disadvantage. You see now Crew making that rotation over towards that A side.
Well, MIBR have guessed correctly. This will be a finish on towards the A site. Auspice will be way outside of the play, but could potentially go quickly to get back through mid, depending on how messy MIBR can make this hit from the front. Cove Smoke is actually going to block off this entryway. That will allow an extra stack to come through, and I love this from MIBR. They're going to try to clear out that mid-cut to see if they can get that rotation in quicker from Auspice. Initial trade starts to come through. Sadok low on HP, still trying to hold the angle, and it's Zera who has the double to open up the site completely for the plant.
Rotation coming in super late here for Aspas, trying to make his way on that pinch.
Sadok falling, Verno's able to find a second. And now all of a sudden, 2v2. Verno in some trouble. Focus is still over to his direction. He does not have the recon bolt as of yet. When does Auspice make their move? Little shoulder, saw Zera on the corner by the spike. Here comes the next play, not able to connect, he's able to find the finishing touch, and now it's just down to Verno. Not a lot of health to play with, not a lot of hope in the tank for this one, and Crew will take the anti-eco, though it was stressful.
Yeah, Verno getting a lot more than Crew anticipated, anchoring that backside of A. And we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on Aspas on those positions here on defense. We've seen the transition for him. I think the adjustments from MIBR to see Aspas playing a little bit more forward, taking some of those risks and being the first person to look for some of that contact. But that information is definitely going to be huge when it comes down to the calling there for Mizzino. And those leans that we're seeing, those heavy stacks looking to fight forward.
Here we go, bonus round for Crew. Still going to have a handful of rifles to play with, and Mizzino, who tried to take an early contact over towards A main, is going to get punished by Dante. So early numbers for Crew. That's also going to be a rifle that could be collected here. So Crew's got a lot building early in the first 30 seconds.
Right now, MIBR see the owl drone going into elbow. The timing could be really good here, but regardless, is going to spot out Heat. Knowing that the chamber is lurking on the B side of the map, expecting that hit at A.
Well, the owl drone will re-clear for Crew over towards elbow, but MIBR once again have guessed correctly here. 50 seconds on the clock. There's not a full commitment yet for Crew. Throwing the knife doesn't really reveal much of anything, so still a difficult decision to make here if you're Crew of, are we actually going to execute on towards A, or are we going to try to take a late peek to B? They have no intel whatsoever there. It's just the fact that they've cleared out the elbow.
Really banking on the double initiator to be able to sell this pinch to the A side of the map. Instead, it actually is going to be the crunch.
Well,
all of MIBR are waiting.
Is Verno going to disrespect the wall? Understeer going to be called out for the attack. Crew able to get on towards site. Dante, lots of information towards the back. Relay bolt will be sent. But is there an opportunity for Les to follow up on that? Able to find the first two. Massive double there. Opportunity to get the spike now on. Zekin trying to challenge. Able to find the first. Dante trying to get the counter, but it's going to be Verno to hold for a moment. It's just not for long enough. Crew's going to take the bonus. And already through 3 rounds, they've matched the tally that they were able to earn versus Bestia just a couple days ago.
Really nicely done, splitting into A there. MIBR, they had 4 players on site waiting in the wings for Crew's execution. The timing was perfect coming out from Heat on that flank on top of just the opening that we saw Les find through mid doors.
Well, so far, 3 rounds in, hard to really kind of sell anything to you guys right now, but for the moment, MIBR are having a really tough time on the 2 peaks that they've put together over towards A main. And that has allowed Crew to find success, getting onto none other than that A site. Sheriffs will largely be in play here for MIBR. There is a run it back available for a second if things get interesting, but for Crew, this is about, again, just build the banks, cross your T's, dot your I's, don't do anything crazy, don't scam, don't make a mistake, and cruise your way to a 4-0 start.
Heat on the scoped weapons has constantly been a problem for the teams that Crew face on the attacking side ever since that chamber has been picked up.
Oh, and they see the rifle on the barrel. Tex comes through to find one on the trade. Not able to slip away, though. Good spam from Zera. Make sure that Tex cannot escape. And that's a lot of information for Crew that, yep, there are more than a couple of players here at the cross at A doors. So that will lead to a very quick entry in towards B, and this post plant will be very difficult in the 3v4 for MIBR to break down.
Yeah, you have Heat also positioned into Nest. Actually looking to cut off the rotation, not looking to guard the weapon, I believe, that might actually be able to be picked up here into mid. Has been tossed away.
Yeah, perfect timing on that. He's able to find one. Can't quite connect on to Verno for the second, but damage is done. The trap is in, and Crew will only drop 1 in the process. This is night and day different than how they looked versus Bestia a couple days ago.
Absolutely huge adjustments coming in from Crew. Just within a couple of days, like you were mentioning, it does help when MWSR is going 9-0.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah, that definitely helps.
But overall, we have to remember, this is a Crew that has been rejuvenated ever since their first win before heading into play-ins. Continuing forward with that kind of momentum. Meanwhile, MIBR, they're still trying to pave their way also into playoffs, the first match that we're seeing from them here today.
Here we go. Flash comes through, but the water smoke once again just kind of blocks the effects of the flash, and Dante's going to be able to find first blood. That's on to Auspice, who, I mean, we'll talk about it a lot throughout this match. As a first blood warrior, he's been undeniable this stage. The fact that Auspice is 0-5, 3 of those deaths have been in the first essential 30 seconds of rounds, is so jarring to watch.
The other thing, too, is aside from some of those trap plays that we saw set up for A main, those initial peaks are often unassisted in some of those moments. It kind of brings me back to that one round where we saw Mizzino going for a very similar swing, disconnected. MIBR definitely looking to tighten things up when it comes down to some of these duels that they're taking together.
Yeah, I mean, so far, every single trap play towards A main has been a complete and utter fail. And it's just not at all what this game plan was meant to be. So, null command's going to be spent. That will allow Crew to jump on towards this A site pretty freely. Most of the defense not affected by the null command could still try to influence this post plant just a touch by contesting with a little bit of utility behind this water wall. But Les will get the plant. You've got all 4 players ready to go for MIBR. Run it back will be spent first by Zekin. Flashing his way in, not anyone to find though. That's the issue. Follow up, Sodhawk right there to stop. Fragment in the back corner. Just trying to distract and deter the concentrated setup of MIBR, who are now making their way back over towards the outside portion, towards the spike. Can they put pressure on towards the spike itself? The wall will fall. Cove will be placed instead. MIBR finding a couple of eliminations. Verno almost able to find a double, but not quite. Heat in a little bit of trouble here. Snaps away, and Dante almost able to turn that into a double, but no, instead it's Zekin. A little 1v2 at the end for him, and MIBR finally on the board.
Much needed round there for MIBR. Definitely an expensive one to come away with, but Operator at least saved into the next round here as well. But these main plays are going to be something we're going to have to fix up. Unfortunately, there's a little team flash situation in that moment. But I also think that what Crew are doing so well is when it comes down to the utility that Sadak is throwing, that 0 point, it's also making it really awkward for MIBR to try and play that trap play in mid too, because they're trying to get the right timing. And Sadak is so good at juggling different timings with that 0 point, with those refights. And it definitely gets tough to get aggressive there.
That was a very critical round for MIBR to be able to take. Otherwise, you lose that, you're on a bit of a save, and you're probably hitting the timeout button to talk about what is going wrong. Instead, now you've got full purchase, Hunter's Fury at the ready, and Auspice being able to earn themselves an operator. Mazzino able to find first blood from the back side of the A side.
А как я написал сообщение на Мерва и к сорте я закрю? Как это получилось?
Positioning there for less on that lane as well. It does get caught out.
It's a lot of information. He is going to be absolutely required to do something incredible here. Double curveball comes through. Easy for Zeka to find that pick. Auspice makes this number situation that much more favorable for MIBR.
VALbINA, привет. У MIBR есть шансы тут. Как видишь, да. Но я на первой карте болею и здоровею за команду Крю. Если они здесь въебут, то везде въебут. Поэтому пускай их потеют. Тебе еще смешно своего сообщить. Так я ж не помню, что я его так писал вообще. Я первый раз его прочитал.
So now that we've seen MIBR be able to throw in the operator to the monkey wrench of the system here towards what has been going wrong towards the opening portion.
Слева вверху есть название карты. Над радаром. Напишите восклицательный знак и название карты.
But the question still stands. How does Crew want to try to handle getting those early advantages now that they have to fight into the operator?
Ты не будешь уходить, International смотрим? Да, конечно.
That's the tough part. I think that when it comes down to Auspice's,
Мы здесь сегодня надолго.
We are going to see
В очередной раз, ребята, напоминаю, что есть телеграм-канал, специально созданный для The International, куда я скидываю все прогнозы на доту. На данный момент идем со статой 18 плюсов, 17 минусов. И по деньгам у нас плюс 0.51 флета.
The one to set the tone. But on the backside, when things start to go awry, Verno has been undeniable out of the clutch. Yes. From like 36% of his clutches.
Так что всем был брат.
Insane number when you think about it. Considering that he's often one of the last ones left alive. So the fact that you've got that much of a wager into Verno being able to still secure you around against numbers is great news. So MIBR have a lot to play off of when it comes to getting into full force. It's just down to they are one of the worst teams through stage 2 at playing at an eco disadvantage, which has been obviously a bit of a key towards why this has started the way it has. But now that they're fighting at full force, this is where we start to really feel the power that MIBR have been able to build throughout stage 2.
And MIBR, they're also this roster where you do not want them to start heating up into this game. Once you have players like Auspice, like Zekin coming online,
ну да, первый матч будет Аврора Бимбума, затем Спирит и Резилиенс, и в конце LGD.
Two post-plant retakes for MIBR. Full purchase still available for Crew, and we've got a lot of ultimates that could potentially come.
Или я на Valorant пойду. Скорее всего, на Valorant пойду в 11 утра.
Overdrive nearly for both sides. So even battle just comes down to the decision of.
Поздравляю серии с 10 мантикора. Вы когда-нибудь просили помощи у муравья? Знали, что статистика — это шаг в прошлое, а вы в настоящем? Есть ли разница между обычными играми и соревновательными?
But even though Verno connects, it's an immediate trade from Heat, so we're going to get a 4v4.
Здорово, макака.
The reckoning is no longer on the table.
Давно не видели тебя в таком настроении.
See the shift over from Crew with the insert still Heat.
Так, если я что-то пропустил,
Operator is still waiting in the wings there.
если я что-то пропустил среди ваших сообщений, просьба повторить.
Lots of trust that Tex can hold behind what is just a single trap at the front doors at B. Auspice would have to move quickly to either get the heck out of there or to assist
Макака легенда. Не пиздеть на легенду. Надеюсь, ты меня не подведешь, залупался. Какая статистика твоей платки, она стоит того. На доту определенно стоит того. Ну, у меня есть два приватных канала. Есть приватный канал с обычными прогнозами на все виды спорта, кроме доты International. Именно International. И канал на International. Прямо сейчас мы находимся в состоянии анализа International, поэтому можете подписаться на прогноз на International. Там все очень здорово. Вот.
Ospa's holding. Zera needs to be able to find the first. He is back to the pistol. Not going to happen. It's 4 for Verno. And MIBR will get 3 in a row.
По доте у нас 18 плюсов, 17 минусов. Плюс 0,51 флета.
For MIBR, Mizuno has since picked up that responsibility. And ever since then, Verno being let off of his leash, he has been absolutely lights out. Being able to focus on those.
У нас вчера очень неудачный день был. За сегодня удалось этот очень неудачный день перекрыть с лихвой. Сегодня был здоровский. Сегодня был, ну, короче, 15 число было супер здоровское, вот 14-го второй день International был под вопросом. Сколько денег? Я не ставлю. Чисто заигнорил, ясно, понятно. Насколько оцениваешь степень физической и ментальной нагрузки в большом теннисе? От тебя зависит, а не от тенниса. Теннис здесь при чем вообще? Теннис не может тебя нагрузить. Нагрузить можешь ты. Тебе никто не мешает в любой момент, когда тебе тяжело, сдаться нахуй и все. UFC прогноз даешь? Не даю. В обычной приватной, в обычном приватном канале я прогнозирую Valorant, CS, теннис и бадминтон. И доту, когда нет International.
Well, the hot start for Crew has been immediately counteracted, and maybe there is some proof
Мало
of
кто
putting here, not
сдается.
only because Auspice has been able to connect with the
Все
operator,
сдаются,
but
Леончук.
honestly, MIBR just staying alive as 5 beyond the first 30
Кирюха,
seconds of the
сколько
round.
сегодня еще будет игр?
Really
Америки, вот этот матч и еще один матч. Я еще не ознакомился с тем, какие у нас матчи-то. Второй матч Sentinel с Envy. Второй должен быть интересный. А здесь пока вот Крю начали, да, до здравия. А теперь тряска какая-то присутствует. Ульта у водяного, он такую водяную стену вперед кидает. Кто в нее попадает, пока она идет, получает ослепление. Потом эта стена встает на месте и заграждает путь какое-то время. Взялся по-прежнему, Sentinel сыграет или другой состав. Да вроде играет, сейчас погоди. Да вроде играет. Нет, не играет. Нет, не играет. Состав Джон QT, Джона Пи, Редакс, Жервин и Кортезия.
Not just getting on, but can we do some damage to get beyond the lengths of the actual site itself to put extra pressure on the defense trying to rotate into help?
It's either that or the other option would be really, again, relying on those lurks. Late flanks coming in that we've seen previously from Les going for those backstabs. something where Crew have made the adjustment to give the respect in that regard into those post plans because MIBR were showing that they're willing to re-clear the space.
Yeah. And honestly, since MIBR have been at full force, they really haven't rotated through mid at all. They just rotated through their spawn and just reinforced from the back of the site.
Посмотрим.
So it's been very easy.
Второй матч должен быть интересный.
Right now. Very similar look in terms of how Crew come out of spawn. He's still just trying to find some information with this.
Я, кстати, только сейчас обратил внимание на то, что Бриз пикнули MIBR. Я думал, Crew пикнули. Я почему сказал, что на первой карте я на Crew за Crew болею, потому что я думал, что это они пикнули. В итоге MIBR удивили. Прям удивили. Ух ты, нихуя себе. Ой, не прикрыли. Не прикрыли Данте.
So great stuff coming through to at least keep the defense in a
3 в
position.
2 ситуация, надо выигрывать этот раунд.
Easier said than done. Zekin is back into the picture. Has a lot of tools to play with.
One away from the run it back.
Есть тут смысл лить ТБ по картам. Тяжело сказать. Я не из будущего. Пятый от Crew. Двигаемся, двигаемся, двигаемся. От бестия они отлетели, потому что они хуёво себя чувствовали. Ребята. С чего вы взяли, что бестия круче, чем... Ой, фу, бестия хуёвее, чем MIBR? Это вы как вычислили? Благодаря чему?
Yeah, Crew vibing with that one. That's exactly what you need.
Даешь прогноз на керлинг? Конечно. Какая сторона сильнее? Слева вверху название карты, напиши восклицательный знак названия карты.
Flash comes through with the flashpoint. Verno feeling the pressure, has the Hunter's Fury, tags once onto Dante, trying to find the next connection, not going to happen. And the offense will go back to splitting things up with a minute 20 on the clock.
Different setup this time around.
А чё, 2х2 заходил еще? Пока нет. Да, очевидно, он заходит, только не с того аккаунта и этот самый. И всё.
Zera playing in this position that Aldrin was meant to flush out mid. Instead, Zera is hearing all of this rotation. And now is technically behind the play.
Систар, задай сам себе вопрос. У тебя было такое, когда ты пиздуешь на работу и у тебя хуёвое самочувствие? Если да, то зачем ты им предъявляешь за это? Или ты всегда золотым светишься, когда на работу идешь?
Recon bolt will come through. Now you have to try to crunch from the front. You cannot just allow Zera to be sitting here picking between two poisons, and that's not enough. MIBR is finding all the individual 1v1s across the map. This is falling apart in what looked to be a perfect setup for Crew.
Как настроение? Но мне кажется, я недостаточно хорошо отдохнул.
Tex gets the response. They're going to come through. It's just Sadok left for the 1v2 and not able to find the connection. And that is a complete folly from Crew after what looked to be a masterful setup.
Представь себе Ксистар часовой механизм, где одна какая-то деталька по пизде пошла. Как думаешь, часы будут работать?
And it also relied on Dante on the other side of the map. He was trying to keep that presence over at the A side, but MIBR had such a firm understanding of what the mind games were on the side of Crew.
I mean, kind of. It's just the fact that Crew are so slow to hit through B main that it puts Zera into this really impossible situation of he's got to worry about Tex through arches, you got to worry about any defenders coming from A, and honestly, Tex is getting away with way too much lease on life by sitting in the back of the site right there, not getting any pressure from the front. It's a big mishap for Crew, who are now finding themselves on a bit of a broken bye. There's a stinger in hand for Sadhawk, but a quick commitment. Crew are just going to dive on towards the A site behind this high tide, but they don't have any distraction to pull Auspice off the corner. Overdrive is out. Relay bolt to follow. Looks like Auspice just wants to do it all himself, and he very well may. Spike now down, and Crew are crumbling behind the defensive pressure of MIBR.
A flawless round there for MIBR and an Aspas that went absolutely nuclear with that overdrive. When it comes down to the rosters that Aspas has been on ever since he debuted on the big stage alongside Loud, he has attended every single champions within VCT.
Здесь какая сторона сильнее? Слева вверху название карты, ребята. Напишите восклицательный знак и название карты.
And Mizuno.
That's another round right there for a crew where it just doesn't feel as well coordinated as it needed to be. The high tide is out, but your Hunter's Fury is late. You don't clear off the angle that Aspas is holding. Just feels a little bit skittish right now for crew. MIBR putting it together. And Aspas understands the situation. We're on light armor, so let me pull out the Outlaw. Another first blood tallied. Mizuno able to get the second behind that. And crew are stuck, just essentially having to force the square peg into the round hole here, front side of A.
Plant will go down. Aldrone gonna spot out at least 1 to 2 players here, and Dante taking out Aspas is definitely huge to try and equalize as far as the numbers that are close by sight.
Oh man. Verno connects again with a shock dart. He's able to find second though, right before the curveball flex his sight. 2 versus 3, still doable for crew. But you have to hold. There's the defensive recon pulled out. Zera up close and personal finds the first. Does not initially snap for the second, and Verno finds the trade. Just down to Heat. Timing not going to be there. Verno will find 3 in the round, and MIBR will finish off a 7-5 half after dropping the first 4 rounds.
Really lovely tempo change there with the defensive-sided aggression coming out from MIBR. The conditioning when it came down to those retakes where they were playing so bunkered on site, leading up into this final round where they pressed that go button. And crew, they weren't ready for it. It was also a tough position, granted, in that post plant with the high tide coming through. MW Zera, he wasn't going to be able to have that support from Heat in the post plant with that vision being cut off.
But so far, MIBR, big bounce back after the hot crew start. We'll swap the sides to see if MIBR can take their map, or does crew have something cooked? We'll find out when we come back after this.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers. Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
Верно, 16-6, верим всей деревней. Эксоти, тебе не нравится Верно? Я считаю, что он самый крутой в команде MIBR. Парируй. 7 разве не дохуя на бризе до КП? Ну... 7 это нормально. Зависит от того, какая у них атака. Аспас самый крутой. Был когда-то самый крутой. До появления Верна в его команде. Как ты думаешь, будет ли 3 карты? Посмотрим. Но вообще вас тут настолько много, и вам так это все интересно. Я думаю, что это не просто так, и поэтому будет 3 карты. Я думаю, что мы посмотрим с вами 3 карты. Вас что-то слишком дохуя. Необычное какое-то явление. Так что, думаю, будет 3 карты. Выходные, поэтому так. Ну вот это и означает, что игроки будут играть вот до 3-й карты. Сначала одни возьмут свое, затем вторые возьмут.
And now an opportunity for them to get aggressive on the attack. And you got to keep your eye on these double duelists. They're about to go bananas.
That they definitely are. Especially when we know that there is going to be
Что думаешь про матч Sentinel с Envy? Смогут ли Envy сделать красиво?
Already. In the last half, we saw crew come out on top.
Ну, мне кажется, что карту могут и взять.
That multi-kill, just firepower frag potential that was bringing rounds back there for MIBR on top of the synergy.
Напомню, ребята, если что, что после Valorant мы будем смотреть International в 5 утра. Так что всем, кому интересна дота, можете тоже оставаться. Мы смотрим почти все матчи, за исключением последних, потому как я перехожу на Китай. То есть в 11 утра я перехожу на Китай. Но сегодня я не знаю, буду ли переходить на Китай, разберемся сейчас. Я еще не знаю, что там за матч.
Good reposition there coming out from Heat.
Нова Титана, Allgamers и Трейса.
That he will be alive for the fight later on, but keep an eye on Tex.
Наверное, International будем сегодня
Especially when you have
смотреть.
MW Zera looking to re-clear into mid, that's going to be an important interaction.
Ну, я только проснулся, не знаю, как вы, я только встал. Не сказать, что прям вообще охуенно отдохнул, но хотя бы как-то. Мы уже 3 дня так сидим. Вернее, 3 ночи.
It doesn't get reinforced. Zekin able to find one behind the play. Aiming is now able to get another on top of that. Still dealing with some pressure, but MIBR has the perfect crossfire. Crew just could not get back onto site. MIBR take the pistol.
Really great communication coming out there from MIBR, ensuring that they can find those fights together.
В Китае Нова против Титанов и Allgamers против Трейсов. Я бы посмотрел Allgamers против Трейсов, но они начинают в час дня. Ну, в час дня я уже спать буду хотеть. В час дня я уже, наверное, лягу. Посмотрим, короче.
I feel like Zekin being able to stay alive on pillar there was also a huge position to be able to ensure that Crew wouldn't find that footing.
Как думаете, Sentinels выиграют Энви на первый минус 3.5? Думаю, нет. Почему нет? Потому что я думаю, что на первой карте Энви будут играть как не в себя.
Stuck on basic pistols once again. MIBR, huge advantage. Kind of the same story that we talked about for Crew in the first half. Just don't scam, don't make any critical errors, and you should be walking away with the 9th round here.
Типа ты ложишься в 1-2 дня и встаешь 211. Ну, сейчас вот такой вот режим, да. Он специально такой, потому что я смотрю Америку, вот, которую мы сейчас вот смотрим с вами. Ночью и International.
It's a really quick trade. Crew's going to use that as an alarm system to know that this is going to be a play over towards B main. Sadhawk trying to cut it off. There's the time. He looked for the right click, but the damage.
Типа они идеально сочетаются, то есть в 5 утра заканчивается Америка и начинается International.
But this is going to be a different retake opportunity for Crew with this route.
I like this from Crew. I don't think MIBR are going to expect that many players coming in from the flank. But still, you have a crossfire being held here. It should be impossible for Crew to find purchase.
Если что, ребята, подписывайтесь на телеграм-канал. Туда я скидываю все ржаки, новости и прочее всякое, что касается меня. Вчера вышел рекламный пост, который можете заценить. Он касается программы LagZapper, которая должна помогать разобраться с пингом и фэпосами в играх. Тоже можете заценить. Пока еще сам я не смог разобраться с этой штукой. Вот. Но если кто попользуется и даст какое-то вообще хотя бы какое-то объяснение, чем оно помогает, не помогает, был бы очень рад. Вот.
Now, this is a must-win round right here for Crew. Going into a bonus round that's not going to feel like a bonus round for MIBR, mostly due to the fact they all have rifles, and you have to run it back, and you get an Auspice first blood onto Dante. Sure, Sadhawk's going to get some information off of the knife, and it makes slow down any potential play, but
по идее снижает пинг и этот самый, увеличивает фэпосы. Но я говорю, я еще не пробовал. Пользуйся, расскажешь, был бы очень рад. А здесь у нас, видимо, финишная прямая.
Yeah, that's just not a fight that I think Crew was anticipating having right there, trying to play a double stack in through mid. Maybe you're anticipating somebody up close on the turret, but you're not anticipating taking long-range battles like that, down numbers. So the fast lane will go up, crossing T's and dotting I's here, MIBR, making sure that they get
Дел Паза, это имеет значение для тебя? Важен ведь результат. А куда там что, где, как делается, это же не на тебе. Какая разница? Расскажи, пожалуйста, почему иногда с ножей каких-то ебашут сильнее, чем с винтов? Потому что это ультимейт. У неонки персонажа Данте, ты увидишь, как он с пальца молнией хуярит. У этой самой, у Джетки, которой на этой карте нет. Ты можешь увидеть, как она кидает ножи. Ножи ваншотят, как и любое оружие в голову.
And for crew, there's just too much ground that Les does have to cover with that utility. There's so much investment into this composition with MWZera and Sadak both being on that KO and Sova to simply be setting up Dante and Heat for success in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think the other side of this, talking about the composition, let's just talk about the chamber. You know, it feels like just kind of watching crew in the last couple of weeks, and I think especially watching them on Thursday, and hearing their reactions, it's Heat is good with ops, so put him on agent that.
Среди команд, ребята, я бы сказал, что MIBR это тир 1,5 команда, а команда Crew это тир 2 команда.
Now, granted, this is on Breeze. This is a map that they really struggled with.
Тир 1 команд, ребята, вообще в любой дисциплине, будь то футбол, теннис, Valorant, Dota и все остальное, дай бог, 4 штуки есть. Является ли команда MIBR одной из 4 команд, которые являются, ну, то есть в тир 1, очень вряд ли. Во всех дисциплинах, в теннисе, в настольном теннисе, где угодно, дай бог, 4 персонажа есть. В доте кто тир-1? Ну, прямо сейчас я бы сказал Liquid, Пари, VALbINA. Это мнение, еще раз, это не факт. Это надо еще разобраться. Ну и я очень сильно присматриваюсь к резилиенсам. Китайской команде резилиенс. Пока вот не могу понять, что с ними не так.
Mid-round adaptations have been looking really good coming out from
Liquid,
Sada.
могут.
Throughout the last couple of matches that we've
Яндекса
seen
нет,
from
Аластроп, к сожалению, нет. К сожалению, нет. Я не уверен, что Яндексы даже выйдут из группы.
Watch out for these pings that are coming through right now, though, for Crew defensively. Looks like there may be some sort of an early high tide and then a dash up from Dante.
Еще далеко не факт.
Able to get over. Recon Bolt will come through first. No reveal there. Oh, and they're holding on to a Reckoning, seeing if maybe they can try to find a trap play here at Elbow, but the timing of that play has now gone. And instead, you're going to get a deep play for Heat in towards A main, and the defense will be able to afford a stack on the B site.
Really nice timing on the call from Mazino for the walk back
Спирит и спад, конечно, есть в целом. У Спиритов очень хорошая синергия между игроками, это да, это здорово. Как команда, как семья, они здорово все делают, но в ключевых моментах прожатие кнопок у них хуёвое. О чем, в общем-то, показали Пари вчера. Вчера какая ситуация была? Пари играли невыгодным драфтом, не самым лучшим драфтом, и при этом умудрились переиграть Спиритов. Вот. Ну, дважды 2-0 переиграли. А здесь у нас 11-6.
Really nicely done there by MIBR. Heads up from Zekin as well. Just the game sense to be aware that with how those two high tides were interacting, we was expecting someone to be creeping in through that gap to find some sort of reposition on site. A nice spray that
Пари
comes down
выглядит
there.
как победителем. Ну, не сказал бы. Они выглядят как одна из... Ну, как топ-3 команды. International. Спириты 0-2 Нигме слили, причем с такого преимущества в обоих картах. Прикол в том, что Нигма умеет цепляться, короче. Она и вчера, напомню, что выиграла свои матчи. Вчера Нигма выиграла, по-моему, 2 матча из 2. Они сначала выиграли Вичей, затем выиграли Спиритов.
Yeah, of course, you look at the top 1.7 KDA, insane, but for me, it's the first blood success.
Enigma
He has
такой,
often been a part of
потаённый
what that
алмаз,
first contact
не
looks
Радота.
like, and being able to come away as an entryman with more than half of the time finding at least your one, that's an insane number and one of the key recipes for why MIBR had found
Liquid,
success.
Enigma и Vision уже оказались в следующем этапе. В свою очередь, Экстрима, ОГ и Хулиганы, они же Лига вылетели.
Playing a little bit more passive, right? So to go and lean into this role where he is going to be that tip of the spear and adjust so well, where he has a performance like this, is really refreshing to see coming out from him.
Without question. There may be
Здорово,
some
Егорыч.
aggression here. MIBR maybe being able to tally that Crew are going to be on a limited purchase, so let's just not even give them a chance to get a read on us. That's exactly what comes through. Les is outside the picture, able to throw the wall up, trying to find first contact, but doesn't really work out all that well. Dante, if he could find one more, would have an overdrive. Not able to get back to cover, though, and Crew will be in some trouble.
Также мибры не дают подышать Крю даже секунду. Вынуждают их играть строго в ретейк или страдать на сайте. Хорошая, прикольная атака у мибров. Нравится.
Not able to take down Heat. Spike being planted. Zera
Ух
trying to
ты,
step up.
на
That's a huge
неожиданности
first
везде
contact.
раскрыл.
No way.
2 versus 2. But you're still dealing with a stinger from Zera, not the tool you want for the job. Verno playing deep. Tex playing on an island. Isolation trying to come through. Tex able to get the
Ай-яй-яй, какой мистайминг. Только сменил оружие Хит.
Clinical micro from Tex
Ну
and
все,
Verno
мап-поинт.
to get to match point, to be
Для
able to
команды
get
MIBR.
those one immediately in quick succession. Nicely done there. It's tough. Not in position to be able to trade each other out, and they make the most of it. Crew. His rotations through mid. We've seen them look to clear out that space previously.
Защиту надо было за атаку надо было побольше Крю набирать. Они не смогли создать разницу, и на фоне этого у них очень мало попыток вцепиться в защиту. Мибры-то не совершают прям таких ошибок. Они... Вот даже вот сейчас ситуация была, короче, сейчас ситуация. Садхака поймали, и он встал, начал стреляться. Но дело в том, что команду MIBR устраивает ситуация 4 в 4. Это не хорошее принятие. Защиты от команды Крю как таковой здесь нет. Мы не видели какую-то вот прям крутую защиту от Крю. Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду MIBR. На первой карте они вышли победителями. Вот, ждем с вами вторую карту. На второй карте, может быть, они проснутся. Сомнительно, конечно, но посмотрим.
The adaptations that they're looking to make, but still not being able to find, I think, the identity that they're looking for on this map.
I think the other point, too, is just like MIBR, you got to remember they didn't have to take a timeout at any point throughout this map, which is, I won't say like impressive, but it just goes to show that they had a protocol built in mind, like, okay, we're going to try to run this Phoenix Neon trap play at A throughout the majority of the first 5 rounds. And if it doesn't work, we know what our backup plan is. And that comes through absolutely perfectly. They only dropped 1 more round defensively after that first 4. And now an opportunity to possibly quickly clean up Crew. MIBR take their map picks. Sunset to come up next after this.
Хорошая идея. Ну такая бодрая идея. С разгоном. Еще раз, так, какая вторая карта? Sunset у нас вроде как. Если Sunset, то... Если Sunset, то... Там у нас пошире атака получится. Ну, на Sunset побольше шансов у Крю будет. На Sunset побольше. Минус 3,5 может оказаться рисковым вариантом. Чё ты тухлый? Ну... 4-й день уже на подходе. С таким режимом, где просыпаешься ночью. По-другому никак. Вчера я очень сильно постарался и очень сильно кайфанул от всего. Короче, на самом деле, я считаю, что предсонный прогруз баксов на олгеймерсов был лишним. Он из меня лишние силы потратил. Короче, вчера же мне 100 баксов задонатили. На то, чтобы я именно что прогрузил их куда-нибудь. Вот мне закинули, задонатили 100 баксов. Я из этих сотни баксов сделал 400 баксов. И по своему же собственному колу залил на олгеймерсов. На КФ 1.7 или 1.8. На общую победу олгеймерсов. Олгеймерсы забрали первую карту 13-3. А затем отлетели 13-1 и что-то там. 13, блядь, что-то там. Короче, вторую, третью карту они под 0, блядь, там слили. Вот. Такая история. Вывод какой. Не грузить. Еще раз, проблема не в том, что я въебал. Проблема в том, что я проснулся без сил. Если ты лег спать, ложиться спать. Вот какой вывод. Бакс это похуй, они приходят и уходят. Я повеселился, мне очень понравилось. Но сил нет, пиздец. Ну, вернее, как, каких-то эмоциональных. Вы понимаете, у меня каменный ебальник.
This looks kind of good for MIBR. Was that the vibe that you got as well? And if so, how do you guys close this thing out?
Yeah, I mean, we really like the veto for sure. We think that, yeah, they maybe had a different idea in what they wanted to do, but for us, like,
это очень скамный регион. Это так не работает. Мега Анклекс, тебе нужно на приватный канал подписаться. Подпишись и прочитай все информационные посты. Это не шутка, ребята. Если вы верите и очень часто говорите про 3.2.2, вам необходимо подписаться на приватный канал. Но я не буду сейчас, я ж не буду, блядь, пересказывать нахуй 10 постов текста. Я посылаю вас в канал, и все. А интересно вам, не интересно, ваше дело.
Well, Team Chem is something that MIBR actually had a lot of. They won so many of those post plans. They were also really good on their retakes. The map MVP going towards Verno, I think that makes a lot of sense. But MIBR, they looked really strong with this first map of Breeze.
Yep, I agree.
Anyone? You agree?
I agree. They were playing much more like as a team, different from crew. I felt like there were a lot of individual plays going on where they needed to either they win the trade or they would just lose the round.
Yeah, and it felt like there were so many clutches as well in those post-plant situations or the retakes. So many 1v3s, 2v2s that were going on. It really went in the way of MIBR.
I think when they were down 0-4, Zekin having that clutch round really got them back into it. You just need one round like that to be able to do that. And on top of that, I really like their defense. I feel like looking at the map, they were playing a lot of 2-on-2 very standard, but they ended up playing retake a lot.
Yeah.
Like if Tex was able to get one kill on the B site, great. But if not, just play back. They're really confident in their retakes. They were really methodical with their util, their pathing.
Ну вот единственное, что я, наверное, могу сказать или не могу сказать, вот сейчас постараюсь разобраться с прогнозами на доту.
But you mentioned the way that they were doing it was kind of weird, right?
Yeah, I felt kind of weird seeing how crew progressed the map, as in like they would stand still for 10 seconds, MIBR would just take control of the whole map, and then crew would exec into a side. But then at that point,
да, я, пожалуй, два прогноза кину.
The retake was just going easily towards them.
Yeah, and I feel like Aspas got a pick with the op more often than not, just for fun. But two of the players that we wanted to point out were Verno and Zekin, who were topping the scoreboards. But actually, Verno and MW Zera on Sova were both top fragging. So both these players looking so good with their Sova util. I mean, talk me through this, because even Verno was having insane rounds.
I feel like people underestimate how much Sova is kind of a fragger role on this map. You get to sit and nest, swing out mid, and just go for one taps. So it doesn't surprise me that they're both performing really well. They're both incredible players. I love to see their Sova ults, especially Verno. I feel like he had so much value with his util. I saw him get a few shot kills actually, which is kind of hard to do if you don't have like picture perfect lineups. So I was really impressed by their gameplay.
I mean, MW, a player that has been talked about for a long time in Brazil. And Verno, I think, from MIBR, in our match against them, is probably the player that I had most difficulty of fighting against. So it's kind of, you know, not that surprising to see both of them fragging out.
He's annoying in the server. That's basically is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Поймал. Удачи, пикафплей, удачи. Как у тебя дела-то, пикафплей, вообще за последние 4 дня? А то я что-то вообще такой заебанный, я нихуя и нет, поинтересоваться не могу. Вроде сейчас немного себя разгрузил. Как успехи-то?
I think, honestly, I'm not in a really good position to talk about Breeze because I don't really play
That's
anymore.
True. Why are you on this part?
I do think it was weird the way that they progressed the tech side. I mean, we talked about how their XX was just like waiting a second and then X-hacking. I think they could have done more things throughout the entire map rather than just focusing on a single spot.
Taking a lot more map control, being able to push around the map, and also when they do get into those post plants, being able to hold them, right? But let's just look ahead here, because Crew, they did this yesterday. They lost that first map, but they moved on to win the next two. We have Sunset coming up next, which is Crew's pick. Now, we heard in that interview with Fraud, he was saying this veto was kind of going their way. What do you guys feel about it?
I would be so happy if I was Fraud right now. Like, oh, you're picking our best maps for us? Thank you so much. But I will say, I really liked their Sunset last week, or on Thursday. I really liked how they played the KO, of course. I'm a KO believer. But
not just a believer.
Not just a believer, a lover even.
Кто второй заберет, и может ли быть ПМ? Хороший вопрос. У меня ответа нет.
There's a lot of good pot flash lineups. It's hard to kind of scale up a main because you're afraid, okay, are they going to flash and re-clear? So I'm excited to see how MIBR kind of deals with that, because it is frustrating to constantly be getting pot flash.
Куста, слушай, не ты с утра был на стриме учила VALbINA на инте? Нет, конечно.
All right, here with Coach Zonic, coach of Crew, excuse me. So, my friend, you know, we've been in this situation before. Actually, it feels a little reminiscent. But this time around, I want to ask you, because I asked Fraud the same thing, but I want to get your read on that map veto. And what was kind of like not just the thought process, but also like what you guys saw in some of those, I guess, losses MIBR suffered to Lev that kind of led you to
Статистика говорит, Матвей, что ты все вибешь. Можно модер баллы сделать. Здесь модер есть? Модеры есть? Модеров нет. Модеров нет, значит можно срать в чате. Орлосич есть.
Yeah. So of course. Now, how do you guys get back into this one? Down 1-0, and you got your pick coming, or you got their pick coming up next. What do we do here?
Our pick.
Your pick. Sorry, your pick. But what do we do here?
Yeah, I mean, we worked a lot into that Sunset because we knew it's going to be in the series.
Yeah.
So we basically talk about the things that we need to do to establish a game plan as fast as possible.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Cruz pulled off some.
Это понятно, статистика по картам.
Zonic saying that they knew they were going to lose one of the maps, expecting a 2-1 here, and they're working a lot on that Sunset. What do you guys think that you're expecting to see from Crew here going into this next map?
I don't know what to expect, but I better see good anti-strat, because for Crew to pick one of MIBR's most
Статистика по картам, ну сейчас посмотрим. У меня почему-то все сайты отвалились, хуёво. Чебурнет издевается. У меня нихуя не работает. У меня вообще все отвалилось. Вот прям вообще все отвалилось. Ничего не работает. Я удивлен, что YouTube работает.
Hit the wall.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena and our 1-0 best of 3 currently in favor of MIBR. Really, really solid bounce back in map number 1. And really, I mean, I love hearing from GB right there from both coaches saying, yeah, we anticipated all 3 of these maps to be here. So no excuses. Time for the, well, rubber to hit the road, as they say, especially if you're crew.
Yeah, it definitely is. Honestly, I love
Ничего не прогружается.
Think about it. The last 2 games that crew were able to pick up, they were those reverse sweeps, those 2-to-1 that he was talking about. And there won't be any changes across the board here for either side when it comes down to these compositions. The desk was talking about it, how important crew was going to need to focus on that anti. It sounds like
у меня предикт под названием нихуя не работает.
Absolutely. But then also that pressure on MIBR. It's been so difficult for teams like Sentinels, like Bestia to deal with Sadak and that KO utility.
Yeah, I mean, it's offensively against Bestia, absolutely brilliant. The double initiator just getting so much terror established onto really both the sites, never really allowing Bestia to get their setup going. That's going to have to be the recipe you would have to think for crew once again if they want to get the Lotus for map 3.
I think the other thing I have my eyes on is going to be how Heat performs now heading into Sunset. When we saw him on Breeze, he wasn't having that pop-off performance that we saw him have in the last 2 maps on Thursday. And I think not even just not having a pop-off performance, he's usually so good.
Там вам голосование сделали, ребята. Прогружайте баллы канала на вторую карту, кто победит. Те или эти.
Both teams was relatively even, so not much to say in terms of finding an advantage to one side or the other there. It was more about just being able to know exactly how the breakdowns on site were going to go. Dante going to throw a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of an effort here for crew at mid-map. Good look right there in that crossover. Saw a handful of players at tiles, but honestly, crew not too interested in challenging it for the moment.
I like this aggressive line that crew are already holding, though less having that information. It's going to be up to Heat and Tex. MW Zera trying to help.
Так, поджимают мид у нас.
But you have such a heavy pressure now that MIBR have.
Разрушили трапу, затем смещаются на точку А.
And with that trip broken, that means that Sadak is forced to stay in that position. Keep an eye on that potential push out.
I like this though from crew. The one-way smoke kind of gets disrespected by MIBR throwing a smoke of their own. So crew are just going to take a little bit of a poke and feel out over towards B main. Nothing there though. So now again, just a little bit, I would say, deceived, as MIBR have not shown much
Но
of
в итоге команда MIBR нашла слабое место, обороны команды Crew. Думается мне, первую половину выиграют MIBR. А еще я скидываю прогноз на теннис в приватный канал.
Question of the hour. Texas low down to 1.
Just needs to hit one shot.
И у меня нихуя не прогрузится. А у меня вообще ничего не будет работать. Все, закончили. Или как?
You are, but the
У меня вообще ничего не прогружается. О, как интересно.
I think it was Sato who had shouted it out. The fact that crew are playing a lot more individually, we saw solo peaks that entire round. There just wasn't that support where they're seeing those calls to take those swings together. Something that MIBR are so good at doing, their spacing consistently clean in those moments as well. You cannot be making those mistakes up against an MIBR where when you're taking a fight, it's usually at least against 2 players.
That's very fair point. Well, this round once again, going to have MIBR in the anti with superior firepower. I'll drone just to hit from the front side at B. No commitment here, though, behind that. Instead, shoulder of Heat has been seen. I believe Heat is aware that he's been noticed, though, so he will back away. And Crew's going to have MIBR a little bit bottled up here front side at B.
Big opening pick, though, at the very least there for Heat.
Как думаешь, кто выиграет вторую карту?
Closing that door allows Crew to focus more of their attention.
Я думаю, что первую половину выиграют MIBR, а вот кто выиграет карту, по идее, зависит от того, сколько раундов защиту возьмут Crew.
Defense still in a position to try to hold in the backside of the B site. MIBR look, they want to maybe even challenge this, and Auspice will just spray down the smoke. Zera able to come back through with a couple, so nice from MW Zera, but Dante will get this over to a 1v1. Him versus Mazzino, slides out, but can't quite hit this shot. Mazzino able to find the anti-eco for MIBR.
Nicely done there by Mazzino. A nice effort from Dante, but not enough. Veterancy there for Mazzino is going to come out on top. I like the idea when it came down to that mid-site smoke that we saw being thrown down by Crew. For Les to be able to kind of hold on to the right side.
Близко, ну это вот, как сказать, это то самое близко, что на самом деле будто бы далеко.
Well, MIBR punished pretty big on that anti-eco, so they're going to be a little bit more limited on this bonus. Full weapons involved though for Crew. Second's able to get the ultimate ready to go, so that will likely be part of the execute you'd have to figure here for MIBR trying to get this bonus through the finish line.
Reposted on the angle there in elbow for Heat. And Tex is just trying to see if he can hear anything into market, any kind of rotation. Good information that Les has found, though, now backing up onto site.
Sadhak holding onto a fragment to keep market contested. Prowler through mid. Tex will be flushed out. Huge first blood there for Crew. Has MIBR focusing a rotation, and there is a lot of open space to work with over towards A. They may not necessarily know that, though, but regardless of it, there is a wide open avenue for them to hit.
Again, looking to try and deal with this top mid trip.
Oh, that's so good from MW Zera. The space for Zekin is minimal off the run it back. You still get past the choke point, and you get some pressure over towards mid. Paranoia going to come through. That's going to allow some isolation over through the middle of the map. Mazzino still trying to step up, and it's going to be a late rotation back over to B. You've got market control here if you are MIBR. Crew going to have to play the retake. This is a really good sense of control, but MW Zera comes through again. That's your spike carrier now down. Dante trying to keep that contested. Last couple of seconds, you just have to find the picks, and there will be no more time here for Auspice. Just comes down to, can you make this more punishing? The answer is no, and Crew come away with a very comfortable round.
Первый открою, сейчас, извините, я отвлекся. VALbINA, здорово, мы с Кентом спорим о том, что ты от Москвы в Зажопинске живешь или от Питера, отвечу. Черт отвечает, живу в Акуловке, между Москвой и Питером, ближе к Питеру. Кто прав оказался? Кто оказался прав?
Still have weapons advantage. Forced onto light shields, all things considered, after that round, but MW Zera, one away from that Nightfall could be huge.
Yeah, that's cause and effect, but we got to talk about that in a moment because you're just going to get a straight push through.
Еще один прогноз на теннис скинул. Если кому будет интересно, подписывайтесь.
Lane to open up, and that will lead towards a first blood, but that's the cause and effect of having to repurchase so much in round 3 for what's supposed to be your bonus for MIBR, but
какой-то тяжелый день. Блять, с нулевой секунды тяжелый день. Ебал дремал.
Neither of these players wants to scam and give away their life here, but Les is going to take the
Хороший фраг от Леса, 4 в 4 ситуация. Стягивается по точку А команда Crew. А MIBR в свою очередь дают опен по Садхаку и еще 2 головы вешает верно. Чемпион.
To win out this round, it's going to be the save. They don't have the money in the tank to take that risk.
Почему в Valorant так открыто стреляют? Почему не сейвят, не крысят на клатчу?
Trying to wait for that flank to get there, but as soon as Sadhak drops, it allows MIBR a chance to kind of watch all
Потому что решить судьбу игры вообще другие вещи, ребята.
And Verno reaps the reward by finding 2 on the pinch.
Решат.
So it's just the timing of those pieces.
Еще раз, крысить, сейвить и прочая вся эта история, ребята, это не главное. Какая разница, как ты крысишь и сейвишь, если тебе с одной въебыч дадут? Если вы думаете, что перед вами сейчас происходит Valorant, это не совсем так. Это столкновение энергий. Точно таким же образом, как и в любом другом вообще мероприятии, любом другом матче. В первую очередь идет столкновение энергии. Вот неважно, что ты будешь делать, если верно, тебе вот с 4 пуль 2 головы повесят. И здесь происходит абсолютно своего рода деклассификация со стороны мибров, мибры. Короче, мибры на голову лучше играют за атаку.
To find that space back of their own rate as we go into a listen in with MIBR.
Okay, I shocked the chamber. Let's exit B, guys. Yeah, got me. I have no wall.
Yeah, I'm getting orb.
I can walk close. He's last cannon, he has no armor.
Only saw me.
We can exit on this guy. You want to smoke here? I don't have.
Oh, yeah, no. Do that and we flash you. Do that and we flash you. I'm gonna wall like this and we go backside.
I have only one smoke. Wait. In 10.
No, I'll wall like this and we go backside.
Do it.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1. I'm turning over the wall.
Yep.
Waiting for a round.
Let's go now.
On tag. On top. I'm flashing that guy.
I flash backside. I flash backside.
KO backside.
Flashing.
Flash. You recruit mid right now.
I flash again. Oh.
Planting. I'm planting quick. Show spawn. I'm gonna get in the smoke.
Brenna is
heavy market maybe.
Yeah.
Dog market. Flash market. It's not burn.
I'm gonna spawn on there.
Last player standing.
On bomb.
Not sure.
Nice try.
Dead up. My bad. I didn't even realize.
Flawless round for Crew, exactly what the doctor ordered. Heat able to get things going with the operator, but I will say for MIBR, kind of using that as an opportunity to evaluate the comms. A lot of investment towards trying to get deep through that B site and not allowing Crew a chance to find comfortable retakes. That's going to be something we need to keep our eye on as we go through this half.
Oh, for sure. A very good understanding of the fact that those smokes were going to allow that flood into the backside. They had to contest that space if they wanted to.
Мой любимый стример после Валика доту стримишь? Да, конечно.
Does come to those fights, but now I think the other thing that I had my eyes on is just the communication coming out from Zekin. How calm.
Сегодня должны быть очень интересные матчи. Доту будем тоже смотреть.
Limited purchase here actually has Crew holding onto a handful of light armors to get their eco built up just a touch. But with things like the run it back at the ready, it's going to be called immediately. And here we go once again over towards B. Heat trying to find
Ну ебать копать. Хит, как ты промазал?
As he misses that, now Zekin is so
как
far
ты
forward.
промазал-то, Хит? Ёпарас это.
MIBR is trying to establish. Nightfall trying to counter. Immediately, the contest starts to come through. Texans in trouble in the corner. Zekin for first blood. Everything's silenced and muted on the backside of the site, but eventually the status will be shaken off, and Texas continuing to rip apart with the
Он отлетал в другом турнире.
In some trouble here. How do you retake with an operator and 2 rifles into the face of Tex on the corner? The answer might be that you don't. Time is running out.
Yeah, you just can't. With how that crossfire is being held by.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй, как же они посыпались. Обалдеть.
MIBR, they go hunting there for the members of Crew.
I would say just, again, reflecting off the listening from the round previously and then seeing once more the hard commitment for MIBR.
Что со стримером, куда ты смотришь и молчишь, переписываюсь в Телеграме.
Crew's gonna need to find a way to stall out these executes and make it a little bit more punishing for them to get onto site in the first place, because you cannot allow MIBR to continually be putting pressure on the back screens like that.
Definitely not. Crew. The other issue, I think, with how we've seen the setups thus far, again, he hasn't really been able to get onto those deep lines. This will be the first one.
Oh, Tour de Force comes up a bit wide. Really good hot hands. He is in some trouble. Mazzino teleports onto site. That will work out for another, and now you've got Aspas creating all the space in the backline with the overdrive. Unbelievable discipline from MIBR.
Ну, атаку мибров пока команде Crew не остановить. Слишком большое количество ошибок. Сначала один ошибается, затем другой ошибается, затем третий ошибается. И так без перебора.
really unfortunate that Sadak does, you know, throw out a little team flash in that situation, but it is what it is. For Heat, he's just trying to get out.
Ебать.
Unbelievable.
Вот этот звук он умеет издавать. Вы такое умеете?
You have to find some way to stop these executes from happening so quickly. You've got double initiators. There's got to be opportunities for you to stall those out. But so far, because of the conditioning that's been established towards B, now all of a sudden you're trying to bank on less, trying to commit his paranoia to stop that. He is not able to throw the one-way towards A. It's just so many decisions that Crew have to make, and they're in some trouble right here. Even though MWZera is having himself one heck of a series at this point.
Поставьте на Сенви. Посмотрим. Шиповалов его уничтожил в прошлый раз. Почему ща не получится?
It was a 13-1.
У меня нихуя не работает, я не могу тебе ответить. У меня буквально все сайты легли. Вообще все легло. Вообще все, вообще нахуй все. Никогда не грузится, ни флеш-скор не прогружается, ничего. У меня интернет мертв. У меня и ВКонтакте не грузится, у меня вообще ничего. Я не понимаю, почему у меня YouTube работает. Как это вышло? Нихуя не понимаю. Какая-то магия.
You checked the first box. You've stopped any early aggression. You've got Heat on a hard scoped angle over towards elbow, and now you've got a 3-stack.
Вообще, Valorant'ом не сильно увлекаюсь, в основном смотрю КС, но смотрю чисто тебя из валорантеров по сути. Спасибо, Егорич. Надеюсь, тебе нравится. Ты думаешь, по поводу Ферри, теннисиста, смотрел его игры? В последнее время нет. Смотрел когда-то давно, разок другой, и все на этом. Мнения нет никакого, пока что. Пока что нет мнения.
You're just farming up orbs now. Forza can take every single opportunity that you possibly can. He's been absolutely unreal on the Phoenix so far. Planted. Teleport's ready. And he's exactly the player that you want to be on that agent, right? With the communication that he's going to get.
Прямо сейчас мое внимание, ребята, сосредоточено вокруг Valorant и Доты, по сути. Так что теннис сейчас вот я смотрю, вот, ну то есть что-то, на мой взгляд, простое я вот скидываю. Два прогноза я скинул в приватный канал. Один почти зашел, второй активен.
It is definitely tough, though. MIBR, they did throw another wrench into that, right? They didn't go off of that first layer of utility. The first time they had that execution on that site, you had the dark cover onto stairs, you had Zekin throwing the blaze wall on the right side to cut off that angle. But then,
но знаешь что, Пабло, у меня такое же ощущение было от команды All Gamers Китая. Сегодня они выиграли 13-3, а затем въебали 2 карты под 0. И отлетели. Точно такое же ощущение вот от Мибров пока что. Вот что-то вроде хорошо, вроде как вот да, там туда-сюда.
You also have less with an aggressive peek over through B main. So the only question mark you have right now is what's happening at mid.
Nobody here can really buy any time, though, for Heat if they go for this execution on the A side.
He's able to deny the owl. There's the run it back. Different spot for the rendezvous. Doesn't want to get caught by those hot hands again. Offensive paranoia is going to come through.
И вот сидит в чате телеги Акана и ругается на то, какая деревянная якобы защита у команды Крю. Ему вообще похуй, насколько здорово играют мибры.
Looking to shrouded step over that TP. Null command available into the retake here for Sadak. They have great pieces.
Now you got to get your utility on site.
Сиди и думай, отвечать ему, не отвечать.
Fragment in the corner. Verno's in some trouble. He will fall. Isolation for Mazzino, though he's able to turn that into 2. MW's there, able to find at least the response to get Sodhawk back up, but second peaks at the perfect moment to find the final 2, and MIBR get to 7.
Insane swings coming out from MIBR.
Поэтому, Даня, ты и не являешься профессионалом. Они делают очень большую красоту. MIBR очень красиво играют. Они прям охуеть как хорошо играют. Ты попробуй плохо сыграть, когда защиты нет. Ага, о, как интересно. О, как заговорил. Да, есть защита. Только вот MIBR каждый раунд разнообразно проводит. Сначала так, затем вот так, затем вот так, затем вот так.
It's not like it's taken that much for Zekken to get those runabacks on that.
No, it has not.
Not with the performance that he's been
Здорово,
having.
Алёша. Sentinel верен сегодня. Ну, в целом, да. Но я бы не торопился. Я бы не торопился. Надеюсь, выиграют его и Аспас MVP. Если будет кто-то MVP, это или этот самый, или Верно, или тех. Два варианта. Торопиться 2-0 для общей победы. Да что угодно, надо посмотреть, в каком они состоянии. Вернее сказать, я бы вообще вот что сказал. Надо посмотреть, в каком состоянии Энви. Может быть, Энви сегодня в состоянии разъебать все живое. В таком случае будет тяжело.
3 for MWZera, Thrifty for Crew, who are still alive.
Insane hold coming out from Crew. MWZera again has been the star today in this matchup up against MIBR. Such a hero in these moments, this veteran player. One of the OGs when it comes down to players that made statements within the Brazilian scene to put them on the map internationally. That was all him. Now, again, trying to keep Crew alive in this upper bracket of the play-ins.
This entire series has been all him. He's just like, get in the backpack, I'll do it my damn self. So much more to do, though, here if you're Crew. And if you could find a way to get to 5, that would feel incredible, but he gets caught and Tex
Какая твоя любимая команда в Valorant или пара-тройка, которых импонирует? Ну, любимая и импонируют разные вещи. Ну, короче, наверное, самые такие, вот прям самые. Это пускай будут.
Able to stuff him up with the pistols. Zera still alive and kicking, though. Gives this an opportunity for Crew. Nightfall at the ready. 2 versus 2. Post plant going to be established for MIBR.
НРГ, Левитаны.
Nightfall comes out.
НРГ, Левитаны.
Actually, both players dodge it?
I think both dodge. So now you got to try to work through all the rest of MIBR's remaining utility.
В ЕМИ не могу никого назвать, в Пацифике сейчас не могу никого назвать. Еще, короче, есть, ну, короче, есть определенные команды в Пацифике, о которых никто не знает, там, типа Варели какие-то. Там условно. Но так как я сейчас очень мало внимания на Valorant трачу, ну, в сравнении с тем, как я его обычно трачу из-за интернешнала, я не могу прям прикинуть, как оно на самом деле. Ну, короче, ответ должен быть неочевидным. Ну, типа, давай так. Можно сказать, что Варели. Вот, давай назовем Варели. Но это не ответ на вопрос. У меня нет ответа на вопрос. Потому что на самом деле мне нравится весь Valorant. Мне похуй, кто играет сверху. Те или эти или те.
Tex lurking, looking for an angle at market. Able to see one, and Dante falls. It's just not where you can afford to have a first blood. Because now the crunch starts to come through. The trademark does slow things down here, though, for MIBR.
Second able to get out towards side with this running back,
but he's not able to get as deep as he would prefer to.
Да вас не 900 здесь, вас гораздо меньше, но я не ебу сколько. Ну, наверное, 400 есть, вы в чате очень активны. Может быть, 400 у вас есть.
Heat on the corner connects. 3 versus 4 numbers for MIBR. But a wide open A site and a pivot man in Mazzino.
Какой коврик лучше брать для Valorant? Спид, контроль, Большой бери. Самый большой, что есть. А все остальное похуй.
A lot of individual engagements that are being taken now, but Mazzino's positioning has been the key for this round for MIBR to come back into it. Plant will be secured here. MW Zera has the haunt coming up and a prowler to work with.
Напишите восклицательный знак, самое главное, слитно.
It would be MW Zera for Crew.
Last round, though, Hunter's Fury is available in the 2v1.
That is going to be tough to break down, especially with Verno playing deep. And Zera is just not putting pressure on the spike. There comes the commitment. Tagged by the first, dances with the second. Mazzino waiting for a chance to try to find a peek off the third. Catches him maybe with a haunt out, and that will be enough. Mazzino finishes it off, 8-4 half. MIBR up.
Insane impact coming out from Mazzino, the 3K that he was able to find those little pieces into mid and getting inserted there. It allowed for that rotation.
Почему тех такую хуёвую уже не первый раз смотрю, как все у него же нормально прицел построить, любить кого-то не в спину. Игра необычная сейчас, ребята. То, что сейчас происходит, пиздец, необычная игра. Она пиздец какого высокого уровня, блять, это тяжело объяснить. Не все здесь успевают в темп, который выстраивают пара-тройка игроков MIBR. Здесь темп сумасшедший. Если вы думаете, что только крю не успевают в темп мибров, сами мибры не успевают в темп мибров. И здесь в голове у людей одно, а делать надо другое совершенно. На самом деле, я плохо поступаю, что ничего вам не рассказываю, что здесь происходит. Потому что контента на экране здесь вообще-то дохуя. И я сам не догоняю. С учетом того, что вроде как эмоций у меня нет, вроде как я сосредоточен на игре плюс-минус, все равно не успеваю. Здорово, Минер, как успехи? Минер вчера приглашал Доту смотреть вместе. Приватный канал приглашал с Дотой. Мы супер здорово посмотрели вчерашние игры. Вчерашние игры прям вообще разлив. Пал, да я понимаю. Но я прям был настроен. Жаль, что не пришел. Жаль, что спал. Сразу Valorant пришел или изначально сидел в другой дисциплине? Я перешел в Valorant, когда меня пригласил фейворит Данил. Это человек в чате. По сути, самый главный человек в мире Valorant. Наверное, единственный, кому среди хотя бы сколько-то известных личностей настолько нравится Valorant.
Sadak and Aspas being on opposite sides to make that path over
До этого смотрел Доту. Но мне, по сути, нет разницы, что смотреть, потому что главное не что, а главное как. Мне вообще поебать, одно или другое.
opening towards A main, but do you expect a quick double hit all through tiles and your spike is here? Oh no, not what you want to see. Now all of a sudden crew are scrambling to get back over.
Игры начинают с опена.
Again, you still don't know that there's a second player here, so
Кто на
you got
тех
a
обубнил?
crossfire set up for MIBR. Dante will get the first. There's the follow-up flash from Zek, and it's some trouble, and that's a huge follow-up elimination from Dante.
Great relay bolt coming in here, but Mazzino to get the trades, and it's going to be MIBR across the scoreboard in that kill feed. Insanely done, Mazzino being able to do that as well.
Фора минус 6,5 живет. Пока живет, да. Как видишь, такое зрение идеально.
Not a fair like compare and contrast moment, but you go back to one of those earlier rounds for Crew on their defense where they've got that insert and you're trying to pinch together and they don't quite execute it. That is perfection, absolute poetry from MIBR. Mazzino getting the spotlight with 3 in the end. But
очки я ношу, потому что, ребята, я всматриваюсь. Буквально в каждую деталь я всматриваюсь. Глаза у меня работают на 120% каждую секунду стрима. Стримлю я по 16 часов.
MIBR is going to get second an extra orb over towards A, and that space is now going to lead towards these extra weapons, hard focusing on what's coming over towards B.
Очки немного-то там, что-то там, синий свет убирают, какую-то еще хуйню убирают. Поэтому я сижу в очках. Компьютерные очки, слышали о таком? Если вы чувствуете хотя бы какое-то перенапряжение, если тоже напрягаетесь, всматриваетесь куда-то. Я 24/7 всматриваюсь. Я никогда не вот так вот не лежу и вот на похуй вот так не смотрю. Я не могу так. Это не мой режим. Я не могу. Я даже когда в таком режиме сижу, я всматриваюсь пиздец. Это невозможно для меня. Нереально.
He is absolutely letting it rip on stage right now. MIBR up to 10. Mazzino calling the shots for this team. The reads have been so good, but his mechanics have absolutely come alive here on Sunset.
Such a good read. Such a good read. And that's just another impact. And for MIBR, talking about their offense, putting so much focus on getting to the backside of the B site.
Все сверно на этой карте. Не успевает за темпом игры. Темп очень высокий.
We know they're in front of us or at market. It just makes the decision making that much more simple. Bonus round here for MIBR. Crew already taking some damage as Heat has to get out of dodge over towards A main. Quick prowler over to market, but no commitment for Crew yet. They cannot afford to make a mistake here in round 15.
They absolutely can't. Crew, look at how much this game plan has shifted from them, though, compared to what we saw last time up against Bestia on this Sunset. So many layers came down to those 0 points that were being thrown over at A main, getting that information. Instead, it's been these mid-heavy plays ever since we saw that first pistol round where MIBR were looking to get aggressive.
Now, with double initiators in a Neon, getting space should not be a problem for Crew. But I say that, and the setup right now for MIBR is perfect.
Это Мзиндю из Монголс. Как там монголы-то вчера сыграли?
Another huge double as Crew just do not clear off the corner. And all of a sudden, Crew have to just rely on trying to bully out Tex over at market, and he sidestepped the paranoia for one, not able to get the second, but the damage has been dealt. Spike collected, Mazzino still on the site, and with 20 seconds, Crew are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Mazzino has been such a hero, but there is nothing that they can do with Zekin around the corner. 11 rounds there for MIBR and Shift. This is a far cry from the Crew that we saw 13-1 previously. MIBR, they've absolutely done their homework though as well with how early they're going for that A main aggression. They have been forcing Crew to look to respect it at times too. And we're just not seeing that same value.
Напомню для тех, кто не в курсе, что следующий матч начнется через 20 минут после окончания этого матча. Так что не расходимся, можете пойти чаек попить, еще чем-то заняться.
MIBR gonna have the outlaw in the hands of Auspice, and you know what that can mean. First blood already comes through. If he gets that one. I think Crew's mental's probably broken, but Verno will just make sure those kills still get tallied. And Crew is just about down and out here, and MIBR is about to be on series point.
И мы выходим
Let's see if
на
Wes is going to be
матч-поинт.
able to make any magic happen. It's not gonna. That, no.
12-4.
No, with the paranoia thrown out, Molly, you can't do
А
anything in
инвитаки
that
начнут
situation.
в 3 или пораньше, через
Clinical
20
sunset
минут.
coming out from
Какой твой
MIBR,
прогноз?
Crew
Пока
definitely
никакого,
not
минер.
looking like they're in the same form that we saw them just earlier this week.
No, it's just been so
Не тот матч, в котором я бы сходил с ума и куда-то рвался. Мы все увидим, торопиться некуда.
Yeah, definitely is. You talk about caliber of opponents, though, but 9 out of the 10 players on stage have been to champs. It's just been Dante who is still looking to pave his way to an international stage.
Knife will come through. Crew able to get, again, a little bit of space here at the front of A. Spike not a part of this play, though, as the Prowler will also do some hunting over towards
Минус
B.
3-5 не слить же с такой игрой.
Spike came in the corner, but the
Посмотрим.
defense has not been denied.
Ну, по идее, да.
The Aldrone will find a little bit of confirmation of who is here. And Crew will have to kind of back off, kill some noise, and see if they can create doubt somewhere else on the map, as Mizzino has already essentially re-cleared out and replaced that one-way smoke at A.
Так, на всякий случай, ребята. Даня 957 гений. И я не шучу. То, что он пишет, понимает только он. Он определенно в чем-то эксперт. Но хуй поймешь в чем. Он точно что-то пытается донести, что-то дельное. Но непонятно что. Ничего не бывает просто так, и жопа у него горит тоже не просто так. Что-то вот он замечает, что мы не замечаем. Глядя матч. Так как мы смотрим.
I mean, the setup is still well and truly in play for MIBR defensively at B. And that paranoia is not enough for MIBR to sit here and be like, yeah, they're here at A. So no one's moving, but that's a big.
Так что в любом случае вопросами там, чего ты спамишь, его нет, не остановить.
Look at Tex. Look how quick he's able to move over.
They're not going to expect this whatsoever. That mid position was so important.
Here comes the play, but MW Zera comes through again.
Чё, пятый раунд? Нет.
Trying to watch the rotation. Able to stop one, but traded by Verno.
2 в 2.
2 versus 2 situation. Ospa's still stuck just on the operator. Fast lane, disrespected as he connects with the tour de force. Verno almost gets the recon bolt back.
He's been so good in clutches. Absolutely ice cold.
Посети психиатрическую лечебницу, буйное отделение, там таких много. Каждый гений. Так, и что? Ты думаешь, что ты круче их или что? Стас, ты думаешь, что ты круче их какой-то там, умнее, хитрее, быстрее, что? Думаю, что определение гения странное. А, ну именно такое, каким должны быть. Каким должно быть. Гения всегда хуй поймешь. Я сколько не читаю сообщения Дани, я нихуя понять не могу. Что он имеет в виду? А ведь он не просто так это пишет. Точно таким же образом гением является фейворит Данил. Я тоже половину того, о чем он пишет, понять вообще не могу, нахуй. Вот просто вот не могу и все. Меня аж иногда воротит от его агрессии какой-то вот такой вот какой-то ерунды. Но понять невозможно. В итоге оказывается, что все связывается в один единый пучок, и он оказывается все равно прав. Несмотря на то, что вообще ничего не понятно, и как это работает непонятно. 2x2 клоун вреда гениев, да. Без сомнений.
Flash up.
You're running out of time here if you're MIBR. It's going to have to be quick. It's going to have to be aggressive, and he's able to hold the line, able to connect this time. Good follow-up flash coming through.
Чего там говорили про минус 3.5? Минус 3.5 еще это самое. Еще подумаем.
Insane hold coming out from that squad to be able to pull that off in a 3v5 where they didn't have any of that marking control, no space. It was just full force fledged from MIBR trying to get through CT. The swings absolutely perfect to ensure that they're getting those trades, and the timeout now is to be called by MIBR.
У меня друг хочет уйти в лес, жить и сажать там картошку. Как думаешь, нормальная ли идея? Нормально. Но другой вопрос в том, сколько он продержится. Идея нормальная. Можешь с ним сгонять, прикольно будет. Проблемы в этом никакой нет, если что. Я думаю, тебе весело будет. Если у тебя такой друг, пойди вместе с ним.
So those are things that you need to see. It just comes down to, is it too little, too late? Because we still have to win 6 more rounds in a row to even force it
Ничего плохого в этом нет.
Definitely have to be as perfect as possible in these scenarios, especially because you don't want that economy to slip away from you either. Now for MIBR, heading into this round, we do have overdrive available for Aspas. He's been so clean on the entries when he has the ult up. It has felt nigh impossible for Crew to stop him when he's able to just blitz onto site.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that MIBR aren't
Антибио
trying
команды
to
MIBR.
establish some sort of a trap play with
И
that
есть
overdrive here
ультимейт
to see if
Аспаса.
they can get an extra weapon collected, because Zekin's going to be just on a stinger, but that overdrive looks like it's going to be a response mechanism. And this is just down to how much space can you actually contest if you're MIBR here to make Crew a little bit more hard-pressed to find free entry.
Yeah, I think after the Neon nerf as well, with how short that ultimate lasts at this point, it does feel like more of a gamble to try and rip it early in case there isn't anybody there for that play that you're looking for. Now Crew show that presence. A side of the map, we have a bit of a shift in setup here from MIBR. Tex locking things down on the A site.
Tex does have a Vandal, so one-tap ability is very well and truly a possibility here.
He's been an insane anchor for MIBR today.
A deeper one-way comes through for MIBR to try to use defensively. And Aspas will drop. Now it's just on the Tex. He peeks. Oh my goodness, he comes away with 2 and nearly does it all himself. Verno gets an opportunity to establish how he wants to play on top of the site. Recon Bolt.
Верно, какую-то хуёвую разведку кинул. Но это был байт. Это он типа на эмоциях, он трахать собрался. Но, видимо, это 13-й. Да, это не просто так он все это сделал. Он пытается сыграть так же активно, и не получится, да? Нет. Свое он сделал. Ай-яй-яй, 13-6. Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду MIBR. Они выиграли 13-6. Следующая встреча начнется через 20 минут. Команда Sentinels будет играть с командой Envy. Если кто захочет, ребята, поддержать мистера-стримера в его начинаниях, можно вот сюда закинуть монетку. Был бы очень рад. Вот, был бы очень рад. Ждем 20 минут. Чем заниматься будем?
The first match that we've seen from them in play-ins.
Поздравляю, Матвей. Блять, у меня не работает ни один сайт, ёпта, я не могу даже поменять название трансляции во ВКонтакте и Ютубе. Ну что за очко-то вообще, что делать? Алло, верните мне интернет. Отдайте интернет обратно. Вообще нихуя не работает. Весь интернет в очко упал. Запрет не работает, да. Но новый запрет вышел. Сейчас. Так я и новый запрет не могу скачать. Здорово, да?
a little bit later today. It has been unreal to see the performances on the big stage from both these squads. I think that with all the layers of, Mizzino also getting to have that almost revenge up against his former organization.
Я не понимаю, почему у меня YouTube до сих пор работает.
Этот,
вот этот вклад. У меня ничего не работает.
It has just been a stunning match to see from MIBR.
Спасибо большое. Вам спасибо за донат, даже если это сотка. Ты красавица или красотка. Спасибо.
Поддержать стримера в начинаниях. Сними очки, усатый, мускулистый, сексуальный. Тебя поддержит Гачев Селин.
Опять вы, не меховые, ворвались в мою хату. Йоу, Фриджекрат, ты снова тут, мафака? Усатый, мускулистый и сексуальный, говоришь? Это как я, когда в гетто по весне выхожу. Весь в силе и при параде. Но, братан, 150 это как медвежонок, который только учится добывать мед. Так что, чел, иди из берлоги нахер и возвращайся с более крупным уловом. Тогда и гачи вселенная поддержит.
Так, спасибо большое. Сейчас я пытаюсь интернет наладить, ребята, погодите, у меня тут пиздец.
Last step, and we have been going, yeah, we have been going through a lot.
Налажу, сообразим что-нибудь.
We know that this is gonna be the time. Well, like, we know that we have the confidence now. We make some changes, so it's not gonna be the same result.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask about that confidence because it does feel like, as far as the meta is concerned, you guys are really starting to kind of settle into your roles, feel way more comfortable than what it was like in the previous, or at the beginning of the stage rather. Yeah. What do you attribute that to? Is that like the coaching staff and you guys really working through this? What was it?
It's everything. It's the coaching staff and also as players too, like going on or saying our opinions on the meta, etc., on what we want to do, what we want to be as a team.
Yeah.
So everything like is coming down together, and yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And how important was it for you guys to be able to secure not just win, but a 2-0 victory? Because I think a lot of people are looking at MIBR.
Вам спасибо за донат, даже если это сотка, ты красавица или красотка.
Ну ладно, Макафио. Опять вы, не меховые, ворвались в мою хату. Йоу, Фриджекрас, ты снова тут, мафака. На кофеек еще говоришь. Это как медвежий рык в гетто, когда я утром просыпаюсь и думаю, где добыть мед. Ты не просто медведь, ты настоящий бариста среди донатеров. За такой донат, чел, заходи на чай, обсудим, как мед с кофе сочетать и как не меховым жить в берлоге с кайфом.
Спасибо большое, очень приятно. Так, я скачал запрет, сейчас устанавливаю всю эту хуйню. Все в порядке, ждем. Так.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture.
Мне кажется, дело даже... Мне кажется, ребята, дело даже не в запрете. У меня тупо Яндекс не работает нахуй. У меня в Хроме все работает, в Яндексе ничего не работает. Вот почему у меня и YouTube работает, потому что он у меня в Хроме. У меня Яндекс умер. О, как интересно. Потому что все основные какие-то сайты я в Яндексе открываю. Ой, пиздец. Так. Так, вроде победил. Сейчас. Для начала Яндекс нахуй удалим. Не, он очень полезен иногда.
Obviamente los resultados eran totalmente diferentes. Estábamos trabajando de una mala manera. Creo que ahora por fin estamos teniendo.
Иногда он очень полезен.
Me tiene más contento, más feliz con mi trabajo. Me siento muy bien, creo que he esperado.
They have a lot of talent there, so there's nothing to underestimate. They have my friend Knights on that team too, so that'll be cool to finally play him on stage. I've known him from before he was even competing, so
все, я вроде все настроил. Теперь живем. Привет, Валына. Увидел стрим на ютубе. Давно смотрел тебя на твиче, но сейчас, к сожалению, он лагает на моем провайдере. Здорово, Крочи 132. Спасибо, что пришел на YouTube. Привет, привет.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of the day. We've got an NA showdown between Sentinels and Envy. There's a lot of yapping going on over there. What's going on?
No, nothing.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Athena here, back on the desk with Alexis, Emily, and Leviathan Sato. Guys, that first game was a blast, but we're jumping into this second game because this is actually the first time that these two squads will face off on the stage this whole year. What are we expecting? Is it going to be a banger or is it going to be a
Вот мы, в общем-то, и занялись.
Envy was probably quite mad during the last game because everyone was saying, oh, MIBR is definitely going to be playing Sen. There's a revenge match. Like, of course.
Yeah.
And if I was them, I'd be like,
what about me?
What about us, guys?
Come on, we're here.
Guys, what about us?
So I think into their last match, they were probably pretty upset. I think that helped them win, that fueled them.
True.
So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to carry that alpha energy, that ego, that anger into this game to be able to win.
Alpha energy might be something they need because this roster has had a pretty good game plan that kept changing, but it looks like this is the time that it's finally come together.
Так, Эчевери только что проиграл. Второй
Feels
сет.
like a lot of those foundational problems they were having, they're not really having anymore. The peaks are good, the comps are good, the roster's looking solid.
Yeah, I think ever since
Так, теперь, мне кажется, я могу и шаповалом разобраться.
Like back to basics, having just a clean slate,
Шаповалов
forgetting whatever
выиграл.
happened in their previous start of the
Даллас.
year or their previous rosters, and trying to find out who they are with these new players, with this new team, and trying to figure out what works best for them. And I think it was a journey, but we're starting to see glimpses of, oh my God, we kind of know who they are as a team now.
Guys, they had Demon 1 on KJ. Like, something was going wrong. I'm really happy they have one of the best chamber players in the world back on chamber. I think it looks really good on that.
Да, в общем-то, ребята, если кому интересно, вот отличнейший прогноз от Старварда залетел на то, что Шаповалов заберет хотя бы один сет. Вообще он имеет право забрать и общий матч, но можете в теннисе взять хотя бы один его сет. За КФ 1.7.
Play that kind of comp, but you know, they're kind of running stuff that are kind of similar to another team, you know?
Yeah. Like what kind of team are we talking?
Вот Шаповалова. Шаповалов против Ходора сейчас будут играть в теннисе.
SRG?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The addition of Glyph to the Envy roster has been a big plus. And he stepped up because he is the IGL now. He's taking that role. And it looks like he's fixing a lot of the things that are going wrong.
Listen, I feel like when we're talking about, you know, Envy.
Сейчас начальная стадия турнира, поэтому как никогда Шаповалов может раздать говна без проблем. Но вот в какую сторону он раздаст говна, это уж другой разговор.
They're not just doing stuff for fun. They're not doing stuff at random. And I think Glyph is a huge part of that with his calling, especially setting up these star players on their respective roles, either going for those chamber first kills or going for those openers and taking space with Kesnet. And not only that, but I think that we're actually seeing him have great reads. I think going up against M80, he was predicting a lot of the time what they were going to do, and that's something we expected out of M80 more than Envy. So it was really refreshing to see.
Not only were their macro ideas really good,
when we listened into their comps, they're actually playing together now. Yes, they're talking to each other, they're swinging together, they're calling 3-2-1s. Like, I feel like they're just a new team, a new identity with the Glyph IGL.
Well, let's actually send it to Golden Boy and hear from Kesnet about the way that Envy's playing.
All right, here with Kesnet as well as Jen for translations, and want to ask you, Envy really looks like
Качанов проиграл 2-1. Ковачевич одержал верх.
Is that the feeling in the team that you guys are finding your identity in this meta finally?
Creo que sí, nos estamos adaptando relativamente muy bien en el meta y obviamente hoy día tenemos un partido muy difícil, pero creo que hoy día nos vamos a demostrar un muy buen equipo como somos en práctica.
Есть вайб, что пиздатая ставка плюс 1.5 от Envy. Увидим, колхозник, увидим.
Well, I know a lot of people are looking forward to see what Envy could do, of course.
Well, adapting to the meta is
Ты чё транспортировался на YouTube? Рассказывай.
But speaking of confidence, we're actually looking at two of the most confident
Ты там, я
players
полагаю,
from both of these rosters that are facing off today. Today we get to see Redux and Kesnet face off. Both these players going absolutely insane for their respective teams. The firepower is there. I mean, both these players, they're just looking so good.
I feel like having two superstar duelist one-tapper players in a match always makes for a fun game and a fun series.
Сам ты
I'm really excited to see who
can,
you know, take that MVP spot this match.
Yeah, I think Kesnet's really been stepping up. I think he's a player that, when you look at how Envy used to play, he was always kind of finding that aggression right off the bat, but a lot of that time he'd be separated away from his team. But now that they are playing more like a team, he's honestly thriving. I think he has a good balance of.
Мне нужен человек, который будет клепать, делать клипы для ТикТока, для Ютуба. Вот, для того, чтобы я срал и туда контент. Вот такой человек нужен. Бесплатно никто не будет это делать. Ну, сколько-то я могу платить, ну типа, сколько-то. Я не ебу сколько. Типа, я даже, ну, то есть для того, чтобы что-то заплатить, надо узнать, сколько вообще, ну, что из этого получится. То есть сколько-то я заплачу, я предлагал, короче, вообще рандомному человеку, вот кто угодно, вы можете попробовать недельку похуярить клипы. Ну, то есть я сделаю выводы и там, ну, и заплачу за недельку. Как-то там. Вот. Если захотите, продолжите. Я не знаю сколько. То есть вот посмотрим, что получится и все. Ты с каменным ебалом сидишь постоянно. Да это пока. Когда-то не сижу. Я же сижу с каменным ебальником, потому что я на это не работаю. Ты что думаешь, я тиктокерский? Я занимаюсь своими делами вообще отстраненными от вот этого всего. Клипов и прочих тем. Ну, когда-то я рот свой открываю, там условно.
They are honestly on their way to become a very strong unit. It feels like going into it, they always have great game plans.
У тебя же есть бесплатные руки. Да нет никаких бесплатных рук, и что? Бесплатный только сыр в мышеловке. Даже если я попрошу кого-то этим заниматься бесплатно, люди позанимаются 2 секунды и сойдут с ума. Нахуй этим заниматься.
But let's actually check in with the reigning ping pong champion. You guys know who he is. Golden Boy spoke with him earlier.
here at Sentinels Cortesia now, you have been playing incredible all throughout the stage. What do you attribute that success to? But more importantly, now that you're facing Envy, do you think you're going to be facing a new and improved Envy in this matchup coming up?
Well, I'll always attribute my success for Jesus.
Если вы думаете, что в интернете контента как бы достаточно, его всегда недостаточно. Мне не обязательно даже ртом шевелить. Может быть, моя морда нахуй молчащая и какой-то контент крутой из Valorant или чего-то еще. Контент мы смотрим каждую секунду какая-то хуйня происходит. Там какая-то драка, там какой-то клатч, какая-то еще история, что угодно может быть. Вообще не важно что, совершенно не важно. Вот.
Yeah, last year in my 2025 predictions for this year, I actually had Cortesia as my MVP of the entire year.
Dang.
Yes, I had him MVP the entire year. And honestly, this first half of the year,
Он не захочет денег платить.
But I think he's such a rock, and I feel like if they can make it to champs, I think my prediction is going to be.
Ну я не знаю, Даня,
I
о
think
чем
he
ты
has
говоришь.
really stepped it up
Не
as
понимаю.
of recent. I think a lot of times when you're watching Sent play, when they're having a round that's just not going their way, he's always there to kind of be that cleanup crew. Still give them hope by getting insane multi-kills, by anchoring, and just playing around his utility. It looks flawless, honestly.
He's just so dreamy, you know. His mustache is so handsome. I mean.
Hey, he's taken.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Да, это все не то, Даня.
Yeah, come on.
Это все не то.
So sorry, I'm just commenting, you know.
Just good analysis on the analyst.
Не нужно никакой популярности, ничего, это все не нужно.
Yes, we got period. I love that. Well, let's actually take a quick look at the predictions for this game.
Даня, это не так работает. Еще раз. Что такое узнаваемость? Это какие-то действия, которые сохранились в памяти, и они передаются как-то там, кому-то там. Нужны клипы, например. Все. Все, очень просто. И ими надо срать. Все очень просто.
Do you think they can execute it as well as that someone else, though?
Honestly, giving praise to Envy, I think they are doing a really good job at playing Phoenix and Neon.
Yeah.
So that's why I predicted that they would win, because the way that they're running it is doing really well, and I think honestly it's probably better than some other teams that are just like implementing it now.
Yeah,
right? Because the duelists are always together. I think they're playing together properly. So I think Envy is doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I agree. I was super impressed by how they played that other team's comp.
That other team
specifically,
yeah.
Comp. They looked really
SRG.
good. Yeah, SRG.
Yeah, that's who we're talking about. But I picked Sen because they've been looking like they're on the come up. They're on the right trajectory to be winning a lot of those rounds. And of course, the firepower has been insane. But it's actually time for our second match of the day. We're gonna send it down to the stage and look at both these squads as they walk out, because it's gonna be a phenomenal game at least, and Sentinels, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking to show that they have the potential. They're trying to get up to that point. I think when you're looking at them, they all have it in them. Like I said before, they're a team that looks so solidified. It's just a lot of these micro little reactions that they
Заебашил на фору Envy, короче, Envy вперед. Удачи, колхозник. Удачи, удачи.
For the Envy side, I feel like most people were expecting to see a Kaplan Sentinels revenge match, but Envy literally said, not today. I'm really liking this new look from them. I'm leaning a lot more into team play and fundamentals while still keeping their mechanically confident roots and their alpha energy. I'm wondering if that was like a team decision to lean more into that and less of the puggy style, or if that's simply just a direct result of Glyph taking over the calling.
Yeah, I feel like on one side we're seeing the IGL change things up and shake up the team environment, and on the other side we're seeing Sentinels just lock in and being able to really pull through and make sure they're playing together as a team. So I think this game is really going to be one of those bangers, and it might go to 3 just because of the way that everyone seems to be on the same page. But the real question is here, what do we think is going to happen when it comes to the way that they're playing in the server, but the anti-stratting as well from both these teams?
I mean, there's a good amount of footage going into this match. Like, both teams there's not one big advantage. There's no one who's at that advantage. But I think overall, both of these teams now, they have a strong leader. So I'm really think it's going to come down to what individuals are able to step it up, make some crazy plays, make some disrupts in the overall game plan, and how well they're able to implement that anti that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tough. Envy, they did just play. They do have a little bit of tape that Sentinels could use, but maybe the adaptation from the team of Envy could be quick enough for them to send it.
And maybe those reps are actually helping them find their identity a little bit more. Yes, they did play recently. They've shown a lot of stuff with this new look of them, but also that's exactly what they need, is to kind of keep that momentum going, have more reps under their wings so that they can actually kind of look more formed as a team.
Привет, что думаешь по первой карте? Первая карта Ascent. И пикать ее на первую карту – это всегда ошибка, никогда неправильное решение.
Oh, you like it? I do like it. I'm excited to see what they're gonna play. Have they played him before? I'm actually
They have, and I feel like they've had a great macro idea going into. Like I think John Keats.
Первую ошибку допустили команда Envy. Допустят ли ошибку команда Sentinels? Sentinels выбрали сторону защиты, и это, пожалуй, уже ответ на ошибку. Sentinels команда очень активна, я бы предложил им, конечно, сыграть за атаку сперва, а затем добрать за защиту. Тут у нас уже матч уже, ребята, давно идет. Если вы думаете, что они только начали, уже давно идет. Вилана сегодня, да, спит, наверное, еще вечно спит. Она же, как и я вчера сидела там сколько. Дохуищу времени.
I mean, it's almost a mirror comp, right? You have the Cypher Chamber head-to-head. How much impact will Demon One be able to get against a team like Sentinels, who's used to going up against Ops? Let's see how well Sentinels are able to punish him.
Let us see, because it's time to send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Let's get to it then. It should be a good one. Envy versus Sentinels, and these are two teams that have been going in almost opposite trajectories, to be honest, as well. Sentinels are currently being...
Не, на связи Envy сказали, первую берет. Ну, вообще, то есть, еще раз, я говорю, первую ошибку допустили Envy, но сразу вслед за этой ошибкой ошибку допустили Sentinels. Так что прямо сейчас преимущество все-таки на стороне Envy. Инициатива в руках Envy. Въебутся ли они сами о свою карту? Интересно. Кто это написал? Колхозник на ютубе.
That was the whole point of why Sentinels redid their roster. Rob Moore said their goal was to make it a champs, or at the very worst, make it to Masters 1 in 27. At the moment, it looks like a long road. But you just got to put one foot in front of the other for both of these squads.
Focus on the challenges ahead here. But Envy are no slouches. They've been proving everybody wrong. The anticipated date with Destiny, Sentinels versus M80, not to be, because Envy had something to say about it.
Ну что, Envy там путем манипуляций, что там с какой-то хуйни начали, затем пошли в точку Б, и теперь они в мейне в пятером. Ждут, пока смог Кортези развеется, выходит. Кизнидиус шикарно пока исполняет. Ошибается Кортезия, ошибается Джервин. А вот вам, ребята, решение по поводу взятия защиты за Sentinels. Это ошибка. Короче, на первой карте я болею за команду Envy, и это прогноз на их победу. На первой карте. Да, они подтвердили мои слова в сторону того, что они сделали полную хуйню, взяв защиту. Все. Envy молодцы. Нереальные молодцы в сумме. Очень интересная манипуляция сознанием произошла. Мне понравилось. Мне понравилось. Большие молодцы, Envy. Удачи на первой карте. Я говорю, если берется Ascent, конкретно сегодня, конкретно в этом матче, необходимо было Sentinels'ам брать атаку. А они начали жопой. У них Sentinels'ы вообще, у них вообще исторически. Кто там сидит во главе и кто все колет, они подготавливают атаку. Они команда атаки. С какого хуя они защиту-то берут? Так что я ожидаю на первое Envy.
See a very patient play so far by Envy. Just looking to see if they can farm up the orb. There's no reaction.
Bit of a hallmark of the way that Glyph has been calling. It's been very different to what Envy were doing earlier on in the year. If you showed an Envy fan when they were
Валик непредсказуемая игра.
they would not know what you've done to them.
Да.
К сожалению, ребята, все всегда
A
известно.
long journey to get here. Now, I'm a little
Не
bit
всем, не кому-то конкретному все известно, а кому-то когда-то что-то где-то
to figure out
известно.
that they're not coming B. There is 40 seconds.
Вот знаете, вот есть такой феномен, да, есть такой пример у людей. 3-2-2 называется. Кто может знать о существовании 3-2-2? Электрики. Те, кто могут в секунду нахуй отрубить им электричество, там, блядь, все, кто играет, там, в лане сидит, вот они могут взять и отъебашить все.
Definitely. I mean, you can run a ton of different trap compositions or trap setups with both of these compositions. Off Demon One's contact or off the cam from Godzilla.
Интернет-провайдеры, уборщики, кто угодно. Я Сентов год не видел, они с тир-1 лиги не вылетели случайно. Это она. Они нормально играют.
Demon One does not mind going down with a ship here. And they got the ghost, so perfectly happy for it.
That's a great start from Envy. A very controlled start. If there was any level of a trap, they might have just heard the Cypher cam roaming around on A as well. That might have been one.
Не, ну я думаю, Envy вперед.
A bit cautious to walk in there. A lot of the traps are going to come off Cypher cam contact.
Помните вы или нет, Envy играли на карте Ascent против М80. Как раз таки создав праздник определенно.
How do we manage that?
Well, sure to be a short one.
Yeah.
Tech pause gear, not going to speculate. Wait, we're going into the settings.
Hold on. I am willing to speculate. It's Kesnit.
It's the keyboard.
We can use our eyes.
Turn it off, turn it back on again. Never fails.
You worked in tech support at one point.
I did, yep. Would spend like 5 hours on the weekend helping old people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You do a lot of turn it off and turn it back on again?
A lot, actually. It fixes a lot. I'm not going to lie. We will be probably getting into things soon enough here. But yeah, we can sing the praises all day long for Envy.
We really can.
A lot of the improvements they've been making every single week.
I think the question for both of these squads really is, even if Sen start getting on an uptick, is it too little too late to be in the middle of play-ins and feeling like you're getting into some...
VALbINA и Envy могут первую забрать, да.
This is better than they've played.
Я думаю, что заберут.
All year, basically.
It is.
I mean, apart from that one game where they destroyed MIBR by playing Kesnit Cypher and, you know, all sorts of silly agents and just kind of running it down. Apart from that, this is the most fundamentally solid that we've seen Envy all year. But it is a very tough task to imagine that they'd be able to go fully through to the grand finals.
Like all the way.
So difficult.
Distant dream, but like you said, you got to take it one game at a time. First one in front of you. Sentinels going to get an opportunity now as well as they go up against the bonus, but it is going to be potentially a potent one here for Envy.
Еще есть смысл.
Думаю,
да.
Already talking about how well they're doing prioritizing Knights as a
Или
player.
что там происходит? Сейчас, секунду.
On the Phoenix, he is one away currently.
Сейчас посмотрю гейм.
Yeah, grab an all for your bonus. You are laughing all the way to the bank.
You're not allowed to discuss tactics with your team in the middle of a tech
No, you're
like
not.
this, but
Сейчас
you're
посмотрю
allowed
гейм.
to think about them.
Yeah.
They can't stop you thinking. They haven't figured out how to do that yet. So I think for Sen, they got to be pondering, like, you know that Knights is going to be looking to play for an orb somewhere. How do you stop it? Are you going to run some kind of flash re-peek into B main? are you going to try to fight for A main control and deny the orb there? This is the guy whose change of role has reinvigorated Envy. And he looks like a key piece for anyone to build around in the future.
Ну да, я думаю, да. Вполне себе.
That's why they had him on Cubit Academy.
That's exactly right. Now he's playing against the parent org. Sentinels obviously had to make much more rapid changes in a shorter amount of time. They couldn't afford to wait for Knights to become eligible.
No.
But we're getting into it now. The timer ticking down, and we were...
Куда вы на шапку стоять полетели, это же автобот. Посмотрим.
It will be that A orb control that they're going for.
Sentinels might have something to do and say about it. Look at it, grouped up right now.
Paranoia, stun, maybe even
Кстати, я за сегодня еще ни разу очки не потерял. Мне надо этим заняться.
Here it comes. Looks like it, so they're going to be a bit of a counterplay. Already cooked up. Sen trying to get one step ahead. Waiting for it. They hear the TP. There's the molly. We'll see how they deal with this one now. Slight pocket to play in. Kesnet!
No way.
Got the way in. How the hell is this kill being claimed? Jerwin. It's gone down.
How did Glyph end up killing Jerwin there in the midst of all of that? Man. I mean, Kesnet must have done most of the damage, you'd imagine.
Когда мимо дашь, никогда не дам.
Well, that was an attempt from Sentinels to deny
Здорово,
the orb.
Strix.
Has not worked. Knights with an ult. And they're in a 5v4. Couldn't have gone better.
Мимов больше не будет. Никогда.
Sen still sticking around. Holding down the space that they can.
The cut noise call from Glyph, hoping to spread the defenders back out. Drone from Jonah P, though. Clears out B. You can keep the stack A.
Yeah. It's going to give a massive indicator, especially with the util flying forwards. And Kesney was already low enough there. Just one bullet will do it. QT finding it now. To run it back, going to be utilized to see if he can lead the charge. And Russia squad flowing in behind.
Я не ставлю. Если кто-то хочет, чтобы я ставил, ребята, я могу ставить только крипту. Можете мне подкинуть крипты. Я бы вместе с вами куда-нибудь прогрузил. А так я только прогнозирую. Я не ставлю.
Versus Glyph, Sova v Sova, and there it is.
Третий от Envy. На этой карте я ожидаю победу от команды Envy.
And a bonus conversion for Envy.
I think both teams understood exactly what the game plan
Да,
was there the
колхозник.
entire round.
У меня буквально с нулевой секунды образуется.
Bizarre situation for Jewin to find himself in. He thought he had the upper hand. He thought he had the jump on Envy. Instead, gets a flying Kesnet and a ghost shot from
Какой
Jonah
кол,
P in his
ребята,
face.
уже был кол.
From Glyph in his face, sorry.
Победа на первой карте от
Glyph is the one
Envy.
to close it out. It's a good call, good cut noise, good execution from Envy. Attack side Ascent, and they're up 3-0.
Опоздал. Ну, не пытайся залезть в уезжающий поезд. Хорошего в этом мало. Сейчас получится, а в следующий раз ногу сломаешь.
Although Jonah P can't afford the rat-ta-ta-ta-ta.
Yep.
Only with the Bulldog.
Very, very cautious though from Envy. Slowly poking around. Team of one.
Pixel angle being held there from Redux.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of damage.
Сегодня миссу вылетела.
Happy to do it.
А я не ознакомился с матчем. Так, футы выиграли Eternal Fire 2-0, как я и ожидал. А вот Fireflux проиграли Enterprise. У меня было ощущение, что Fireflux выиграют, но, видимо, был неправ. Но у меня не было мнения, короче, прям полноценного мнения не было, но было ощущение.
He's buying time for the reinforcements to arrive. Backs to the wall. The anchoring players bunkering down.
Такура выиграла Alternate Attacks. Так я и думал. А вот Кабас Бабас против Twisted Mind, я не знал. А здесь у нас Sentinels развернули.
Really good flood coming out there from John and from Redux. They were a little bit late to the party when it came to the pistol.
Получилось.
But here, they're in. And Cortezia, that trip that he places over towards Market, you need that against Envy. What did Envy do against M80 on this map? Mid, B splits, over and over and over again. M80 could not figure out a solution. You've got to use your Cypher utility, whether it's a one-way cage at Market, or whether it's a trip like that that's difficult to break. Cortezia is the key guy to stop that play that Envy love from coming through.
This is a bit faster though, some pace behind it. The molly lay it down along with the fast lane to dart up towards the back.
Ult broken from Mossy, but they're still in.
Ult broke, still looking to commit. Jerwin Up onto that heaven angle, but doesn't want to really dice with death too much. Jonah holding now. Waiting for the right time to strike here with a dart. It's going to be prime. Flash forwards, along with some more Yuto, but that's Nice just shutting him down. Dart, though, with a big reveal. Nice is very much alone
В большинстве стартует Envy. Очень и очень активно. Вот посмотрите, как, короче, активно двигаются Sentinels. Вот сообразите. Вы видите, что делают Sentinels? Они играют невероятно активно. Они играют как за атаку. Так нахуя они взяли защиту-то, если они играют как за атаку? Зачем они это делают? Типа абсурд вот этого всего происходящего в том, что Sentinels взяли зачем-то себе защиту. Они очень активно делают. Джервин буквально дали ему 2 секунды времени, он уже залетает как бы. Залетает в ассайт, уже пытается там туда-сюда. Нахуя защита-то? Вот эти вот пропики в соло, мужик в соло вообще без какой-либо размена, чего угодно. Мужик в соло выходит из смока, пытается под флешку пикнуть. Ну молодец, хули. А за защиту-то зачем ты пошел? Все их комбинации, все комбинации Sentinels'ов сработали бы, если бы они играли за атаку.
That fight might need a bit of refining if they want to go for it again. And they've tried to anchor A like they did in that round, or at least set themselves up for a fast retake. That's how I would describe that attempt in round 5. And it didn't work either.
Гамблер, что значит экономики нет? Напиши восклицательный знак экономики. Ты ставишь или только калируешь? В этом месяце я могу грузить только доллары. Крипту, короче. Если хотите, чтобы я что-то куда-то прогрузил, можете закинуть доллары. Можете донатить доллары вместе с вами, куда-нибудь заряжу. Вот сюда можете отослать, например. Вчера мне задонатили $100, я из них сделал 400 и проиграл на Valorant, короче, на общей победе VALbINA. VALbINA выиграли первую карту 13-3, а затем отлетели, блядь, 13-1, 13 что-то там. Затем отлетели 13-5, 13-10. Вот. Охуеть, они еще и вели 8-2. Они вели 8-2 и проебали. Ух ты ж, блядь. Они вели 8-2 и проебали. 10-13. О, как здорово. Я только сейчас увидел вообще, как они проиграли. Ну, вот так вот. У меня 400 баксов стояло на кэф 1.8 или 1.9, что-то там такое. Въебали со счета 8-2. Вот так вот. Вот так вот. А чё, Демон больше на джет не играет? Ну... Да я думаю, будет еще. Куда он денется? Видели забавную ситуацию? Охуеть. Охуеть.
Well, talk about a Red Bull clutch. When Rossi said, "You got this," I didn't believe him. I did not believe him. But my God, he was seeing the future. What was that? They lost the plot entirely. They lost Glyph. They had no idea where he was. And then they just fell down into him a couple at a time. Unbelievable.
У тебя ж лимит на неделю был, не на месяц. На месяц у меня колхозник.
Dismay on his face, and now we're seeing it. Sentinel's going to be up in the tempo. Not to be pushed back from this one on that eco, the aggression showcase, but Envy ready to just absorb it all. Feeling empowered after a round like that.
Вот вам и 6-й раунд от Envy.
The round had gone so poorly for them too. It was a nice call in the previous round. Envy just picked a fast strat out of the book after attack timeout. This one should be an easy cleanup, to be honest.
It really should, yeah. These players are slowly being taken out, one after another. Still left reeling after that.
It's a backbreaker.
It is.
It really is. You're on the defense side of Ascent. You should be able to put up, I don't know, at least in this meta, what, 7 rounds at least? It's not the most defense-sided meta of all time, but still. You're not putting up 7 rounds here.
No.
Not a chance.
Чё Envy-то и 2-0 могут закрыть? Увидим.
Week to week, strength to strength, really. What you've got to listen into is those comms check-ins, and you will see the evidence.
They were actually communicating the positioning of people really quite nicely.
У меня какая-то хуйня летает здесь. Какой-то хейтер летает. Мне его шлепнуть надо. Какая-то мошка.
This round, bit of a just eco desperation push.
Some tiles crunch. See if you can catch some of these players off guard.
Op, Odin, Sen, need it.
Desperate to put a round on the board. We're seeing it's fast here, but he overdrive, but Jerwin just takes his time with it. Lines up the shot. Kesset's taken out. It's an open TP, the ult from John QT. Reinforcing over towards B now. Hunter's Fury as well. Everything being unleashed. Rendezvous to just peel back to safety. No connections. And be happy to slow things down once more. Look to poke and prod in a different direction, but they're going to be meeting potentially their match.
За кого тут топим? На первой карте за Envy.
Flash to follow through. It's a lovely play to cook up in a moment. Less hesitancy from Sentinels.
Сейчас бы не въебать со счета 6-1.
Just knew exactly what they wanted to do all over the map. Jonah P important on both avenues of it with the Hunter's Fury and the Odin. Could Glyph make magic happen again?
Surely not. There it is, finally shut down. Demon 1 on his lonesome, but
Ты заметил, что киберспортсменов афроамериканцев особо нет? Как это нет, блять? А я?
Envy could lose all of the rest of the rounds in this half, and they would still be feeling pretty decent about what
Я что, не киберспортсмен, что ли?
It's a tough road here.
Так, сейчас погодьте.
But here, Sen responding back with at least the first.
Yeah.
The weaponry.
Пойду вот эту хуйню помою.
In a good spot because they went 0-3 down at the very beginning, but getting this up and getting this Odin online at the same time. That's helped their defensive setups enormously.
Как это я не киберспортсмен, а кто я?
Nice shots across the board. Said desperately needing it.
But now you know that Jerwin's got the operator. Demon 1's going to be looking to hunt him out, I would imagine.
Yeah, we see the attack side up in his hands.
He had the ult in the previous, but I don't think they were quite aware that Jerwin was opping. And Jerwin likes to op on passive angles. You see him up here towards A Heaven at the beginning. He's quite a passive op player. Not bad against a very aggressive team like Envy, though, I think.
Yeah. Wait for the game to come to you to a degree. A bit of a default here. Envy still scoping out. They are worried about the presence of the ult. That's why they're not. You see Demon 1's positioning. It's not as aggressive, just holding for a bit of a cat peek. Drone to clear up through into main. Shutdown's going to be raining down. Molly from Redux looking to see if he can slow down the approach, just in case there was some pace behind it. Knights has an ult to utilize here if they want to try and go into something a bit faster, but Sentinels are waiting.
Demon 1 heard the drone through mid. He might be calling to his team that Jerwin is probably posted in mid somewhere behind the drone, but instead, Jerwin's rotated to A Heaven. And he's pretty likely to catch Kesnit or Knights.
There it is, running back, and there it is. Jerwin shuts it down immediate. The ult. That at least dealt with. Fast lane, forwards, no real follow-up off the back of all of this, and it's going to be sidestepped again. Jerwin, operator, seems to be the ticket. Seems to be what's helping him out massively now. One shot going wide though, but still that rifle aim intact, and John QT ready to put and stamp his mark of authority onto the site. Jonah B following through. And once more is left into the hands of Demon 1 without too many chances at all time. It's ticking away.
Yeah, he's got no hope here. Best thing to do would just be to save the operator in this spot. I think this is the first round where we're seeing Envy actually making a bit of an error. I think you need people in right behind Knight's ultimate there. If your threat on the other side is an op, you have to catch the timing between shots. And that means when Knights gets his ult broken by the op shot. Right before this, actually. Kesnit needs to be going in. You know, Kesnit and Rossi, whoever's going to be scaling, need to be going in right before the second shot can land. And instead, they kind of cowered in A main. And despite being 6-3 up on the attack side of Ascent, it's actually going to be Envy that call the attack timeout here. It's been a couple rounds in a row right now, since the Open the Odin came online, that Ascent have been able to stabilize. Stunner wants to give them an option to be able to get back into the game. I say back into the game, to keep the lead going.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping it. Sentinels are finding ways in. Gerwin, the operator, being that a major piece.
I think they've got to find out where he is a little bit.
Так, я вернулся.
They heard the drone in the previous round up through mid, and they might have thought that Gerwin was pushing up off the back of it. But Gerwin seems like he's just rotating based on.
Так, ребята, если есть неравнодушные, те, кто хочет, чтобы я стал богатым, внезапно, абсолютно внезапно стал богатым, вы можете поинтересоваться на тему того, кто такие эти, что такое лакзапер. Блять, не работает. Вот новый рекламный мой сотрудник, лакзапер геймбустер. Вот если вам надо там снизить пинг или лаги в играх, можете зарегаться в этой штуке. И рассказать мне, как эта штука работает. Потому что я еще не знаю, как она работает. Я что-то там потыкал, пока ничего не понял. Вот. Зачем нужен? Так вот выясни, и мне расскажи. Он же не просто так существует, он же что-то там делает, правильно? Выясни, может быть, зайдешь в этот самый какой-нибудь AAA проект, и у тебя внезапно, блядь, FPS 300, нахуй. Я-то что, знаю? Проверь.
You're going to have to press forwards or not. Paranoia is going to be sweeping on top of it. It's a stun as well to just delay this one. Envy all the way in, but there's Juin. Shorty in hand, activating now and just running and gunning, tearing through them. Buying space here for the rest of Sentinels to get involved into the action because it's Envy the ones bleeding, limping into this next one. 2v4 Cliff and Rossi. Backs against the wall, there are no other options. They have to fight their way forwards and through. Dart's going to be broken immediately.
Good break on that one.
Yeah.
Поверь, потом расскажешь, там майнеры на ком скачиваются, или сколько банки знают. Не знаю, поверь. Четвертый от Sentinels.
Very clean round from Sen. Love the way that Gerwin played that. He realizes that he's been pushed back a little bit, gets back, spawn, doesn't offer himself up as a pick, but he comes in instantly.
Да нет, колхозник, там не только про пинг говорится, там еще и про фэпосы тоже говорится. Там и про фэпосы говорится. У меня лично нет проблем с пингом, но фэпосы может быть чем-то интересным. Типа тот же Valorant, я ебал, дремал, пока не настроил там себе оперативу. Иногда напрягал меня.
Right now it's Envy the ones with the emphasis placed upon them. They got to figure this out.
В каком месте слово про фэпосы? Ну зайди на сайт, ёпта. Зайди на сайт на них.
See if they can prioritize potentially the orbs.
На их сайт.
Grabbing that one up, but there's a bit of spam straight into the corner, and suddenly one of your key pieces with Demon 1 out. A lot of bite taken out of the Envy offense.
Good read that that's exactly what Envy were doing the last time, and they've duplicated it again. Jonah was so ready for that.
Deep Dart. Knight still holding on to some of this space here. Looks like re-acceleration. It's just a neural theft and Joe
который помогает уменьшить лаги, нахуй. Что с тобой, блядь, колхозник?
It's Knight himself who's the one.
Озвучьте победителя на карте. Я думаю, что выиграют Envy.
Just setting up towards mid, an immediate reposition.
Really nice reposition of the trip as well, actually. Got to see it pick that one back up and put it down. With 50 seconds on the clock. Envy know it's there, but it's still so tough to get through. Glyphid have to break it with a shock, I think.
Сдулись Envy. А ты что думал, что они наберут 12 раундов за атаку или что?
Kesnit just trying to poke, see what his players are, but pre-fires at the corner. It's a good shot. Great trade by Redux.
Good anticipation from Kesnit. Here's Gerwin anticipating Glyph's walk down. Glyph
Not aware of that line here. That's going to be spike drop down too with the chances of Envy's round also.
Вилша на постсцене в большинстве случаев дефолт 16 на 9 разрешений использует. Ну, как, по-моему, да. Но это не ко мне вопрос, Макака, это ты разберись. Я в душе не ебу.
It really is. It's ever since they got the Op and the Odin in the hands of German and Jonah. That duo has just made such a difference. Good to see German as well. 12 and 5, recovering himself after.
Колхозник, о том, что это о лагах интернета, это ты сам решил, правильно?
They'll be happy about the fact that he's firing on all cylinders.
Rossi's been taking his TP a few times in the past, so he's anticipating it, but we can see Rossi's in a different direction.
It is the same neon wall that they like to use, though.
Yeah. This time.
На
to the A split. That's a running back that's going to be sticking out.
Кумбрию бот забанил.
Anybody can defend the body in time. Knight's looking to see if he can lead this one forward. Jonah P, perfectly content to just hide around.
Скопирую сообщение Хэппи с Кумбрии.
Util do the job. Gliding forwards though, Kesnit. Not to be outdone, trying to pave the way.
А то его несправедливо бот забанил.
Jerwin, answering back. That's a spike drop down. Needs to be an answer, but Jerwin's still alive. Overdrive in his hands. And he's running away with things now.
Ой, это что, 6-6? Ой, нихуя. Ой, 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 нихуя. Ты чё, ебать? Что это такое?
Houdini, he's out. He's planning on B.
Straight up. Cam's going to be spotting him now.
По съебам.
So just have to play this one together, but there's always chances now for Kesnit.
Redux has a flash as well.
Trip's still active. It's going to give them a little bit of information. They're going to know roughly that Kesnit is only going to be in some positions.
Kesnit's an aggressive player.
Сижу, а у меня слева морда собачья.
На
сыр на мой покусилась. Сыр хочешь. Здорово, здорово, если Sentinel win плюс 25. Удачи, удачи, удачи.
Earned and granted that 6th round here for Sentinels. As we were saying earlier, despite all odds, they've done a fantastic job.
And Jerwin's been amazing for them. I think you step back a little bit, big picture. 6 rounds on attack side is still spectacular for Envy. They did all of their work early doors and put Sen in a spot where they had to battle uphill. But battle they did. Jerwin, 15 kills in the half.
Ладно, оторву.
Momentum, I guess you could say, on Sen's side. It's
Уговорила.
going to get harder for them on attack.
Certainly so, but they've got that composure, the grit on display with the tenacity. Anything is possible in the second half of Ascent.
Всегда забавляет, как валорантеры со стула подрываются и БМят оппонентов. На 1.6 долил 5к на Сентинов. Удачи, 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 ребята. Какая сторона сильнее? Напиши восклицательный знак и название карты. Название карты слева вверху над радаром. Ascent.
Okay, so Knights, look, a little birdie told me that you used to be a part of Cupid Academy, and I figured great opportunity for you to go ahead and let them know how you really feel. Okay, what is it? What was it about Cupid Academy? You want to slam it on the ground? You want to, huh?
I mean, it's a nice little, cute little toy. I mean, hey,
what do you have to say to him?
Какой он милый. Вы посмотрите на него. Он не хочет растоптать игрушку. А пол. Блять, именно в этот момент они и проебали. Поняли? Вместо того, чтобы показать характер, чувак обосрался.
And they'll be feeling like they got their feet underneath them finally. The pistol round It's still really important for Sen to be able to get this one, in my opinion, though, because an even half going into the attack side of Ascent feels difficult.
Это не просто вот сообщение, зачитываю сообщение колхозника на ютубе тупо. Это не просто игрушка. Это мерч Академии Sentinels. Он же сам оттуда. С таким мудрым лицом он все это написал. Да, ребята, все они, все здесь крутятся туда-сюда, все оттуда. Ребята, планета очень мелкая. Если вы думаете, что планета огромная, вы не тут. Нихуя. 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 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. 6-7.
Envy managed to take a pistol. That is a blow for Sen. They're gonna need to try to capitalize on every opportunity on the attack side here.
Покажи, как бицепсы накачал.
There's gonna be so many threats. Demon 1 in general. Trap plays off his contact. And with Glyph's form at the moment as well, 11 and 7, winning that 1v4, winning a pistol round in a difficult position here.
Да чего ты, собака? Все, от меня больше не выпросишь. Все, уходи.
Messing around with the economy. MV pretty much fully investing into this round.
Сам с собой говорит. Да у меня слева морда, блядь, вот буквально. Монитор двигаю. Ну, блядь. Вон ухо торчит. Вон. Видите? Вон. Не буду дальше поворачивать. То сейчас у меня ёбнется что-то. Это я кронштейн двигаю. А у вебки провод, блядь, 0. Здорово, интернет-герой. На руке. Она размером, блядь, с космос.
Looks to be blind fire, really, but it's all working out into MV's favor against the eco of Sen.
8 есть. 6-8.
Redux is 1 away from getting his ult. That's great news for Sentinels. Unfortunately, Demon 1 is 2 away from having a free operator. And that could be pretty bad news for the way that Sen are playing. They've struggled, I think, in recent games against Chambers, against Ops. Meat grinder down line.
Yeah.
Jonah P goes for the Odin on the attack side.
Вам спасибо за донат, даже если это сотка, ты красавица.
Спасибо за бабки. Спасибо за бабки.
Godzilla's job is to try to bait this out.
Yeah, well, that's a lovely kill. Rossi's gone down.
Was that through a smoke?
Potentially.
Looks crazy from the minimap.
Was that through Cat?
Oh, A is just empty.
Yeah.
It's very similar to the pistol setup. MV are just super confident to play the A retake. But when you don't have Rossi alive and you lose all of tree and grass, the retake is a lot harder.
Не прошел текст.
This point feeling more and more confident with every single step they take towards that A.
А у меня его вообще нет.
He's got to at least get information over here. Make sure that
У меня этого текста вообще нет. Даже никакого. Ты считаешь, если кину сюда, смотря что?
Slapping down a spike now, and the rest of the team going to be flooding in. Envy trying to take this one fast, but Redux. Okay. Sentinels.
7 от Sentinels.
Force from Envy, but straight back at them.
More of a flood attempt from Envy compared to the pistol. Not gathering up and going for those flashes, the recon plays, the pressure through market door. Little bit more slapdash, you could argue.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, it's counter spam. I guess you could kind of argue that Rossi gave his position away, but You gotta feel unlucky if you were Rossi in that situation.
It's one of the best case scenarios though for Sen. Redux, he's got his ult. Didn't have to use it.
Demon 1 didn't get the tour de force, but he does have the money for an operator, and he's hanging around in mid.
Pretty standard stuff here. Sentinels just trailing by 1. The wall propped up, cuts out the 1 avenue. Lets players cross up into more advanced positions. Demon 1 though might get a chance. It's a straight shot, rare miss, but as that blind is going to be collecting into the wall. It's Envy just stumbling over themselves to a degree.
I don't think Redux is going to get anything done with this.
Yeah, running back forwards, just hunting for possibilities. It's going to get shut down
Начало
anyway.
есть.
Drone's going to be spotting out Demon 1's position. We'll have to...
Потом хуйня началась, но Глиф тащит Картезию. Важный фраг. Вернее, полную хуйню делает Картезия.
I think it's very possible. Joen might have just given them that info. Glyph's kill though onto Cortezia. Cortezia was the guy who might have been able to open something up with a lurk pick. And Envy shut it down. Glyph's form today has been remarkably good. Look at this for an aggressive position for your Sova. I mean, yeah, we're watching it now.
И это выход на Глифа. А Глиф готов. Смотрите. Смотрите. Смотрите, что делает Глиф. Первый. И въеб. 4 в 3 ситуация.
Makes it a difficult challenge, really, for Glyph to get any more done. Trade intact on top, bit of spam down into the
Роузи тоже не хочет выиграть.
Give Rossi second guess, but they need
Пиздидиус.
help now for Demon 1.
Сдох.
He's alone very much onto the side.
Все, пизда.
Is picture perfect. Can't see a
Бам,
bloody thing
нахуй.
now. 10 seconds remaining, still that time pressure, but Redux bailing them out, helping out entirely. Rossi left alone. 33 HP.
Все.
Not long for the world there.
8-8. Въебали.
8-8. It's Sentinels dragging it level.
That's an important round for Sen to be able to find. When Cortezia gets shut down over towards B, what are the options for Sen?
Короче, хотел сказать спасибо за стримы. Я раньше ничего не понимал в Валите. Один знакомый бывший аналитик НРГ и второй аналитик Гамбит вроде был Крюгер. Как-то так благодаря тебе стало интересно смотреть, немного увидеть. Но это жмись один раз, коль такие расценки. Не, ради одного отжимания я не буду шорты напяливать. Но спасибо большое. И главное, кайфуй. Главное, кайфуй. Я не планировал так рано садиться в шорты, ребята. Стрим еще будет 10 часов длиться. Я хочу хотя бы часиков, блядь, 6 в трусиках посидеть, аккуратненько. Аккуратненько в трусиках. Чтобы никто не беспокоил.
He's putting on an absolute showcase right now with the operator with a rifle in hand. He's 18-9 currently in his stat line. It's a massive turnaround, genuinely, from that last game. Yeah. You know, it's not too harsh to say that it did play a significant part in terms of Crew being able to beat Sentinels.
I think so, yeah. I think he just found so few opportunities to have impact in the game. His passive positioning
was за 5 секунд.
It was difficult. Whereas here he seems to be getting involved a ton more.
Yeah, it's good to see.
And Sen get what should be a bit of a freebie round here.
Почему-то так легко ТБ пробивается. Потому что и одна команда ошибается, и вторая команда ошибается. И это было известно с нулевой секунды. Самый правильный прогноз был здесь ТБ 25. Я с этим проебался. Я почему-то был, ну как почему, ввиду усталости или еще какой хуйни, был настроен на вычисление какого-то победителя, а на самом деле здесь не победителя нужно вычислять. Я бы сказал, что здесь нет победителя. Здесь есть и те, которые въебывают. На второй карте, по сути, я тоже ожидаю какой-то ТБ ожидаю. Наверное. Как бы, может быть, Envy выиграют, но это не то, что я должен был вам сказать на стриме. То есть пока что у меня ошибки идут. Ошибаюсь я. А значит, что стрим на вас. И прогноз на вас. Сегодня, я думаю, и на доте у нас что-нибудь хуёво пойдет. Ну, потому что я сейчас наблюдаю, будто бы вряд ли что-то улучшится. И деньги с приватки дам тогда. Подписался один человек сегодня. За сегодня подписался один человек. По доте не кажется, что там точно так же, как и здесь, там нет победителя. В этом матче и ББ и Авроры победителя нет. И те, и другие вот будут вот так хуяриться, короче, 8-8, 8-9 и так далее. 9-9. Кто-нибудь там трон снесет, но победит вряд ли кто-то.
Like they wanted to fight through into B main, but they've immediately adjusted. I mean, this is a rapid wrap around. Envy grouping up in through mid now. Just
Там Максим Кац выпустил разоблачение на акуловку пассажир.
Cortezia is forward, trying to dodge that flash in time. Spotting.
И что он сказал?
Perhaps a few more players. Gives up pretty critical information. Swapping around with the weaponry once more. Drone not seeing too much into the front of the site. Sentinels don't have much in terms of post-plant positioning. But ingrained for now.
Johnny P could rip an ult here. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury popped off. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Juin potentially getting that stun offline, and he's pressing, pushing the advantage. He's looking for
Нихуя,
more.
он еще и Найдза забрал.
Spilling out blood in the streets of Ascent with plays like that killer instinct.
Ну что, 9-9, бабки есть справа.
What a beast. He's got up to 21 kills. The bounce back from the game against Crew has been legendary so far from Juin.
Почему они всегда плент отдают? Потому что карта большая, ребята. И ретейки здесь, в отличие от игры, с которой вы пришли, вполне себе играбельные. Потому что здесь в разы больше кнопок и в разы больше возможностей для маневрирования. Игра тяжелее и интереснее.
I don't think Glyph wanted that Odin. And I think they cooked up a set play to try to make some value out of it. He is back on a rifle.
9-9. Sentinels giving it their all in this game.
It was always going to be an uphill battle when they went down so heavy early on. But they got grit.
It's good to see.
Я чё ебу, кто иноагент, кто нет, блядь. Ты чё ебанутый, Даня, нахуй ты это пишешь? Кроме тебя никто не знает, блядь, что какой-то чел иноагент. Какой нахуй? Все его знают. Перечислить их всех, они все в одной комнате находятся с тобой.
Straight up now we see it. There's another flash and just rebounds against the wall. Knight to Molly lay it down. That's not going to be stopping Juin. Electric right now.
But they're going in two different directions at the same time.
Yeah.
Where do you end?
No power. Where do you end? I mean, Rossi might also just be filling in the gaps. Extra information being cleared up. Juin left us that in. So he's calling the players back to A. Rossi moving around. He's at least claimed that kill. And also the second.
Раздал говна на Роузе.
Has been forced for the issue. Sentinels have only got to go into B, but there's even more players waiting into this direction.
Опа-на, 10-я Тенви. Двигаем плиты. Опа-на. Напомню, ребята, здесь я ожидаю победу от команды Envy на этой карте.
Senna constructed a scenario that looked good for them. They had opportunities on both sides of the map, but they were hesitant. They didn't know which way to commit. John still had his ultimate. He could have connected with these A players if they'd been able to go towards the site. But instead, Joan and Jonah never really met up with each other and solidified that space. And Rossi drove the knife between them. I think you'll have to do something. But I think his point is that Sen...
You don't have to get too active.
You don't have to get too active. You don't have to make any crazy plays. You don't have to go for tiles crunches or some elaborate set play. Sen actually are doing it to themselves in some of these rounds. They are not just gathering up and running an exec. They're trying to work these defaulty, poking and prodding in multiple different directions, and frankly, Envy are getting the better of them a lot of the time.
Sentinels, though, have still done a fantastic job of being able to scrape back despite being down significantly. I mean, you're talking about a team so far on the timeline. They've lost both pistols, bonus at the beginning in that first half. They conceded as well. So, despite that, Senna's still only trailing by 1 round. I got to give a lot of credit to them. The extra timeout that they've saved for a rainy day right now, potentially what they needed.
Senna definitely won a fraction more of the rifle rounds. That's absolutely.
Не спим, я только проснулся. 3 часа 20 минут назад проснулся, стрим подрубил.
I think I'd like to see them go for more of the exec style. I think forcing Envy to go for retakes.
Шаповалов сам себе сет въебал. Ребята, только так и бывает. Не бывает такого, что кто-то кого-то там что-то там переиграл. Переиграть вы можете только самого себя.
Jerwin, 22 kills, drop to the floor. Senna gonna have to do it without him. Cortezia has been their savior in games recently, in difficult rounds. But he has been shut out by Glyph every time he's tried to take space on B.
Yeah, immediate re-clear. Team 1 now be posted up. Sees where the shock darts are coming from, anticipating that jump spot. But Sentinels are calling for the full rotation, despite Cortezia getting pushed off that line. Doesn't have that B main space.
It looks like Envy feel confident and happy to be able to play it for a 5v4 retake on B. Knights with the ult. I don't think they'll try too hard to dive into this B site. Demon 1 and Glyph should be ready to play their lives, maybe get a spam kill.
Star could be deadly. Going forwards, trademark's not broken. Regis just sending it flying forwards now without running back. Let's see if he can clear most of this. Ah, it's a darkness committed into spawn. A couple of bullets with the tag down. Knight still looking for that re-clearance time.
Вартербэк, было бы очевидно, ты бы залил всю свою жизнь на это, но ты этого не сделал, поэтому не очевидно. Не стоит говорить то, что для тебя же самого неправда. 3-2 ситуация от команды Envy.
Isolated, splitting up these players. Envy trying to play it with that discipline. Walking up for now. Overdrive now popped off. Kesnet trying to force a reaction potentially out of them.
Минус Джона Пи, остается Кортезия.
And listen as that smoke dissipates. Still players are left unaware. Potentially planning a position for him, but it's going to be watched for.
Сайт,
That lane angle. And Envy just to crew up another.
Sen with 2 players towards B main, and they never found any value out of it. Leaving their players on site as food for the wolves as Envy closed in. That fight towards A main and the confidence that Envy have in their retakes proving to be a little bit too much for Sen. Sen have got another buy, but they're starting to get towards the bottom of the barrel. They need a round soon.
Здорово, Валына, как сам? Ну, так, прикольно. Необычно, скажем так. Сегодня у меня, на удивление, гораздо меньше эмоций. Но, в свою очередь, каких-то плюсов пока что я не испытываю. Как-то веселиться тяжело сегодня.
Envy happy to follow all the sound cues. Where the noise is, they will go.
And they're so ready. They're so ready to play some kind of pre-take. Fast flood here on A. Every player, a 5v3, ready to collapse.
Plant down.
If Sen needed a hero at any point in this game, they need it now.
Или не особо.
Could be him.
Need a playmaker, Jonah P.
Jonah P.
Jonah P сейчас всех ёбнет. 3-2 раз. Нет, не ёбнет.
It's cutting up and breaking ankles.
12-9. Стоит победа Sentinels на первой, стоит переживать. Я ожидаю с первого раунда, после окончания первого раунда, победу на первой карте от команды Envy, дамы и господа. О чем было сказано на стриме. Так что удачи, за кого бы вы не болели, но на первой я ожидаю победу Энви. На второй пока не знаю, я даже не всматривался еще, какая вторая карта. Вторая саммит. Да хуй знает, если честно. Вообще есть все шансы, наверное, от Энви ожидать 2-0, но я бы не торопился с этим. Пока что, пока не вижу смысла торопиться.
Mid control looks to be a priority, but MV are already trying to fill up that gap.
Sen trying to make it feel like they're going for a B split, and instead comes straight into Rossi.
Rossi has to be a playmaker here, but an overdrive, difficult target.
Ай-яй-яй, промазал. Но Джер едрить Мадрид. Найтс прикрыл. Изнидился втис. 3 в 3 ситуация. Пробитая и там, и там. Нихуя. Найтс разменялся. Глиф был перестрелян. Демон поймал Картезию. Я 1 в 1 ситуация, Демон 25 кп. Ну чё, как думаете, кто кого? Создай свой микрозайм для подписчиков. Для того, чтобы меня все наебали и никто ничего не выплатил, правильно?
What a way to play it.
It's so damn quick. The dart is going to clear up some level of information, but it doesn't give a lot. Jonah still left guessing, repositioning.
I think Jonah's going to get the read at some point here.
Moving back and away just to save ascent for the team. Demon 1 scoping up, and the reposition of Jonah B could be everything they have hoped for. Hiding now. We see that time pressure mounting. Demon 1 has to make a play.
Ай-яй-яй. Джона Пи одержал верх. 10-12.
If the door had been open, I think Demon 1's play wins them the map.
Ты же через суд можешь вернуть. Конечно, буду бегать по судам, что-то там выяснять, блядь, какие-то документы, там, хуенты. Мне же делать нечего.
They went for the fast flood in this round. It's been working, but this one looked a bit chaotic. And Sen, they paused, they dealt with it. They controlled the chaos. And they've given themselves another lifeline.
Bro, hey, it's okay.
You want to play? Let's play.
It's tension. Definitely feel it. The snippets of the comms we're getting in these replays now. Tour de force in the hands of Demon 1.
Это чей пик на первой, Энви. Но это неправильный пик карты. Но в свою очередь Sentinels вдобавок к этому взяли неправильную сторону начальную. Здесь у нас ошибка на ошибке. Я хуй знает, какие выводы мы должны сделать по этому. И по дальнейшему саммиту и сансету. Это вообще пиздец. Они таких карт набрали, ребята, это ебанешься. Это вообще ебанешься, что они здесь набрали. Ни одна из этих команд не вывезет все эти 3 карты. Это буквально, блядь, невозможно. Вот тупо невозможно, блядь, то, что они здесь набрали. Ни одна команда не знает, блядь, что делать на всех 3 картах. Ни другая команда. Ну чего, 2 фрага до саммита. 1 фраг до саммита. Поздравляю всех, кто болел за команду Энви. Если кто захочет, ребята, поддержать мистера-стримера в его начинаниях, можно закинуть монету. Вот сюда, вот по ссылке. Донатикс, был бы очень рад. Ну или если кто не подписан на приватный канал, подписывайтесь на приватный канал. Туда я скидываю все свои прогнозы.
That we haven't been talking about too much with this NV team. No. Certainly not earlier on.
Not at all, but you can't count Sentinels out just yet. It's their map pick of Summit. It's going to be coming up next.
Вторая карта начнется совсем скоро. А после Valorant, если что, после Valorant мы будем смотреть International. Если кому интересна Dota, не пропадайте. С 5 утра у нас начнутся матчи. Как Аджамба, охуенный смайлик. Я даже забыл, что я его добавил. Это вообще лучший, наверное, смайлик в истории человечества. что скажешь по первой карте, как по твоему мнению пройдет вторая? Энви шансы есть закрыть, закрывают, донат с меня. Энви шансы есть закрыть. Ну, если так ставишь вопрос, да, есть шанс. Шансы есть. Ну давайте узнаем, короче, сейчас, какую сторону взяли у нас, ребят. Энви взяли атаку. Ну, опять и на второй карте у нас преимущество у команды Энви. Обе карты преимущество у команды Энви. В принципе, могут тоже закрыть с каким-нибудь счетом 13-10, например. Никто им не мешает. Увидим. Увидим. Первая карта вообще в целом как прошла. Первая карта началась с того, что у нас не должно было быть ассента. Ассент пик — это ошибка от команды Envy. Но сразу же после того, как взялся ассент, Sentinels взяли не ту сторону. И у нас вся карта шла по тому, что Envy, короче... Envy давят, Sentinels не знают, что с этим делать. Затем реабилитируются. Envy тоже начинают ошибаться. Ошибаются те и другие, и в конечном итоге Sentinels заканчиваются, потому что у них все вообще, у них терпение заканчивается. Слишком много ошибок у команды Sentinels, у них сгорела жопа, и они въебали. Вот, примерно так. Ну, я думаю, что вторая карта будет по такому же сценарию. Посмотрим, как на самом деле.
Gets the shadow step and becomes the shadow of crew.
Okay, I mean that is just ridiculous by Demon One.
Заберут вторую еще, думаешь? Я думаю, что они проиграют вторую. Я думаю, что здесь 2-0. А вы что думаете? Вы что думаете? Рассказывайте.
A ton of new ideas. He's more bringing stability to the team. He's making sure we remember all the strategies that we've talked about, making sure we remember all of our rules on our team, and just making sure the guys are implementing them in the match. And I mean, yeah, that's a big deal for us because it comes down to execution. We knew our ideas were good before, but having that extra voice who can say in the
Два сальта я пропустил. Было отложено до осени. Ты им доту стримить будешь? Да, буду. В 5 часов утра мы начинаем смотреть International. Но на всякий случай я предупреждаю, если у нас будет 3 карты и матч еще не закончится, мы сперва досмотрим матч, а потом пойдем смотреть International. Сперва матч, затем все остальное. Потому что Valorant сам по себе мне интереснее. Особенно такой, который у нас здесь. Где хуй поймешь, что происходит.
Gets past all of it. He goes for that first kill, and it was absolutely insane. And moving forward, they decide to, instead of rushing past, instead of getting ahead of themselves and kind of running it in after that pick, they actually wait until about that 50-second mark. Great call from Glyph, trying to stall out, see if, you know, Sentinels kind of rethink their plans. But we saw that drone coming through towards that B main area, and they got that infield, so they're stacked. But fortunately for Envy, it works out for them. Even though John gets that first pick, they're still able to find a way out of sight with that Phoenix ult, and it just works out in their favor.
Пабло, там будет такая же заруба, как и здесь. У кого жопа сгорит, тот и проебет. Играют они абсолютно одинаково. У нас тоже будет здесь, блядь, 5-5, 6-5, 6-6, 7-6, 7-7, 8-8, и вот так и будет. Только в рамках доты. Нихуя не изменится.
When you're thinking about Ascent and starting it off, it looked really good. But Envy, man, they were loud and they were dominant in the server. It felt like it was somewhat of a close game, but at the end of the day, Sato, we saw Envy pull out with that victory.
100%. Starting the game with a 6
Ребята, немножко такой инсайт информации. Команда Бим-Бум Тим оказалась там, где она вообще сейчас, вот прямо сейчас оказалась, только благодаря стратегии с лон-друидом. Как только заканчивается лон-друид, на этом заканчивается их вообще путешествие куда угодно. Если вы об этом внезапно не знали. Приведу вам пример, короче, из команды... приведу вам пример из Valorant. Была такая команда Фурия. Была команда Фурия, и они попали на Мастерс. На Мастерс они попали именно благодаря одной стратегии с Абисом. Они очень хорошо, короче, знали один конкретный моментик Абиса. Благодаря этому Абису они прорвались на турнир. Как только они прорвались на турнир, сразу же опиздюлились, и все. А потом дисбанд, а потом все пиздец. Вот такая вот штука была. Вот. То есть, если Аврора, блядь, не сумасшедшая, они разберутся с лондруидом и забанят его. Просто, блядь, забанят. И выиграют игру. Потому что больше ничего, нихуя не готово у Бимбума. Все. Вот и все. Если вкратце.
The role going when he got that operator online in the server.
Yeah, 100%. It is a really difficult comp to, you know, kick the chamber out, because even if you do, they're still going to be able to flood onto you. So it's kind of difficult to play against the chamber opping. You got to take him off the line, and even if you do, like, there's still a bunch of layers afterwards to deal with.
Oh yeah, layers for sure. And we're actually going to be looking at this next map now, because it is going to be Summit. This is Sentinel's pick though, so that first map going the way of Envy, Summit coming into play. What do you guys feel like? Do you think that Envy is going to have that momentum going into this map, or do you think that Sentinels have just really prepped for this map properly?
I mean, honestly, momentum will be huge for the side of Envy. I think the fact that they're riding on that first map win looks great. The last time we saw them play something,
то есть, грубо говоря, про Бим-Бум. Команда оказалась там благодаря лайфхаку. Вот есть лайфхак, знаете, вот. Нихуя не делать, пальцем пошевелить, равно победа. Вот примерно так они оказались. Не благодаря какому-то невероятному познанию игры или какой-нибудь еще хуйни. Вот. Они там благодаря одной детали. И появится ли еще одна деталь, сомневаюсь. Никто не мешает появиться этой детали еще когда-нибудь. Но я очень сомневаюсь, что она появится.
Here with Jonah P just threw me
Фальконы что-то расстраивают. Фальконы тоже переживают не самые лучшие времена. Они уже наигрались в эту игру. Они уже хотят считать бабки и заниматься чем-нибудь еще. Они уже переросли то, чем они занимаются. Zaznались, короче. Фалькон.
So we had to make some adjustments there, and once we made the adjustments, it looked much better. But we left more on the table there. We should have more. And then the eco, of course, is extremely frustrating on our attack side, where we felt like we really could have taken full momentum in the map and taken the map. But we broke the trend. It's the first time in a while that we lost the first map. Yeah. So now the second two is ours.
Yeah, and real quick though, just want to follow up on that. How are the guys feeling? You guys had a chat real quick coming back out here. What's the overall tone of the team?
We're confident in the veto. We knew Ascent, of course, was going to be in very likely, and we know we could have done better. But now, time to go close it out.
All right, brother. Appreciate the time as always. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Sentinels making quite a few mistakes in that last game, but they're talking about bringing it back in the next two.
I think if Envy, I think if Sentinels wants a chance to win, I think Summits is the way to go. I think
33-й создал мету на интернешнале, если что. Благодаря 33-му теперь каждый первый берет Дарксира и играет через него. Это как болезнь какая-то, короче. Она перешла от 33-го ко всем остальным. Если вы будете искать какую-то мету, будете искать какое-то начало чего-либо, оно будет конкретно на интернешнале от команды VALbINA 33-го. Есть мета под названием «Похуй, какую тройку брать», а есть мета под названием 33-й на Дарксире. Хуярит 24/7, бегает там со скоростью света и все остальное. То, что Некрофос залетает, ребята, это далеко не удивительно, потому что, еще раз, вышел новый патч, и изобретать ничего нового никто не будет. Нет смысла изобретать что-то новое. Поэтому пользуются старыми наработками. Или ты берешь героев с колоссально большим уроном, или ты берешь Некра с колоссально большой выживаемостью. Вот. Условно.
Somewhat on the cards here between these two teams. It's Sentinel's map pick, and it is a good one for them, honestly. All things considered, they've shown a lot of proficiency on this map here. For Envy, it's something that they're still trying to figure out an identity for. We've been crediting, I think, Knights are playing on your screen right there in terms of the double duelist look for them, but Envy don't do that on this map. They're opting into this double Senti look. Sage in the chamber, putting Knights on the Omen. Too much of a fan of it?
I'm unconvinced, but a game like this is where you become convinced in ideas like this, right?
Yeah.
I think the comp itself is really not bad. Like, I think you absolutely can make compositions like this work and even flourish on Summit. But is it the best thing for Envy to be running? I don't know. I really like the look with Knights on Duelist as well. I would absolutely echo what you've been saying. I think this is a good map pick for Sentinels. I can understand why Ewok is saying that
Кого веры больше на этой карте? Веры больше в Envy.
But at the same time, it's new territory. It's one where you haven't seen that much of Envy. It's one where they probably
Но не от хорошей жизни. Веры больше в Envy от чего-то хуёвого со стороны Sentinel. Как-то мне не нравится, что вот они делают. Но в случае, если Sentinels как-то переступят через эту карту, победят на этой карте. Интересно будет, что нас ждет на третьей тогда. Что нас будет ждать на третьей карте. Всем удачи, так или иначе. Всем удачи, всем удачи.
It is a brutal format. Let's get into it then. Seeing Envy, Team 1.
Ну чё, пистолетка, Саммит, пик Sentinels, Envy выбрали защиту. Так же, как и на предыдущей карте, Envy за защиту. Вторая попытка Sentinels сыграть за защиту.
Shallow angle, just spot signs of life, and it's just enough distraction for Joe the jump on the chance.
И Envy на ровном месте посыпались. Sentinels, можно сказать, хитростью забрали этот раунд. Демон пытается реабилитировать ситуацию, но тут спайк валяется, и все на Найдзе. Очень быстро надо играть Найдзу, но он очень долго тупит, прям пиздец как долго. Все уже стянулись, все в суперпозиции. Чё ждет Найдз, вообще хуй поймешь. Он ждет, пока за... Ну, хуйню сделал полную. Ну и демон. Ну и демон. Демон. Все. Вот такой раунд.
You see John just received that pressure, hears it coming towards him in A-Link, and he calls over the Wunderkind. Joe, would you mind dealing with these
guys? Тут 1-1, чтобы Valorant не успел на их. Но с другой стороны, если здесь 2-0, то у нас слишком много будет времени до инта. Слишком много времени нам тоже не надо. Так что хрен его знает. А сцен будешь менять?
Envy going for that full eco. Classics. A single bandit.
Действительно.
Joan just looking for
Ну давай
signs of life.
поменяем.
Doesn't like what he sees though, so he's going to shut the door in their face. Now forwards as well gets that acknowledgement. The refract is popped. Joan might want to make a go of things here just before it expires, but there it is. Just a shoulder pops out, baits the shot. It's going to peel back. It's a bait and switch though. Jonah P goes down as a result. Gun reclaimed by Jerwin. Going to pick that one all the way up, potentially putting the punish down onto them, but Envy are flooding through with the player advantage. They got the bodies now to make this work.
Close range fight. Disaster over there towards Trophy.
Already it's all gone wrong. Team one. It's a crazy shot. Headhunter in his hands. Cortazia. How do you handle this in a 1v3?
Да я даже целые 3 команды поменял.
Well drilled.
Тут у нас каких только вариаций Ascent нет.
If you're Cortazia, twisting and turning now, wondering where the next players might lie. It's a good setup from MV. It's not leaving too much in terms of gaps.
Так, ну чего? Ух ты ж, блядь. Вот это я отвлекся, ё-моё. Это чего они? Один везением забрали и все, пиздец?
Oh, so early on. When Ewok was asked what
Посыпались после одного забранного.
he did talk a little bit about the defense side as well, but one of the other things he mentioned was also us losing that eco. When we had the guns and Envy didn't, that was our opportunity to.
Ну я бы не торопился еще, я бы не торопился, но, конечно, знак очень хуёвый. Кто на второй заберет? Я думаю, что Envy заберут.
Demon one difference. Sentinels are grouped up here on a wiki by their own. And a nice shot, it goes both ways. Jerwin.
The Jerwin difference.
Immediate answer. Team one, he was the player getting it all done. Not going to be a playmaker in this round.
Смотрелся слог по ревижн, они на им обходными путями добирались. Я думаю, это сказалось на нестабильности в первых матчах.
Yeah, getting a little bit of info over here. Clearing it
Да нормально вижены играли и тогда, и тогда.
With a bandit, has to do it all. And he, well, he's been a hero maker before.
Trying to sidestep corners where the bandit will thrive. The Thorns detted. Could his job just to buy time for them, and it's perfect in terms of crosshair placement, but it's not the right gun, really.
Yeah.
Almost gets the kill on the Knights.
Maybe they should buff that gun a bit more.
Do not let this guy cook. And send out.
По поводу аутсайдеров и фаворитов Tokyo Dance, подписывайся на приватный канал, там специальная информация для тебя в закрепленном сообщении, там больше 10 постов, которые тебе надо прочитать.
Setting it forwards now into motion onto the side. He clears out most of this one. Knights looking for a bit of a timing. Past that one now is going to be retreating. Bit of spam into the cove. Already steps up towards it, but this is dangerous, dangerous stuff still. Pointing out towards the barrel. Redux off to the side, and now it's a 1v1 in a blink of an eye. Rossi versus John QT. Storm Surge is good. Rossi circling, trying to swing around.
Ой-ой-ой. Не успевает, 2-1.
It was bought out in the end. Envy, they barely get it done.
Good pressure from Zen. Definitely making Envy sweat, but it's Rossi who comes away with the clutch in the end. Just playing that timing, dancing around the box, and securing it. But that was quite a light buy round, and Envy made to sweat. Today is not Cortesia's day. He has had so many opportunities where you think, this is where the magic's going to happen. Surely this is the round where he comes up with the huge play. And he's been getting shut down after just getting his one. At some point, maybe today, he'll come alive and surprise us all with an astonishing round. He's been good for it recently. All right, guns in hand,
конкретно про первые два матча против...
Sentinels close the mid door. German with the AWP.
Нет. Против китайцев, во-первых, я это с нулевой секунды сказал, что на второй карте они недооценили оппонента. Там была недооценка оппонентов. Сатаник специально взял себе ебаного СФ для того, чтобы задушить раков. Он думал, что противники раки. И закономерно они опиздюлились, потому что противники внезапно оказались не раками. Это не так работает. Что что-то там, блядь, не собрались, что-то там. Нет, они прямым образом подумали, противники раки, и опиздюлились. У Сен есть шанс забрать свой пик в основу. Я думаю, что выиграют Envy. А как оно на самом деле, хуй его знает.
The agent that Demon 1 is playing though. He can go forward, he can take a bit of contact, he can find out where Jonah is, and then he can zip back to safety.
The pressure's on him. There's 22 seconds left. He needs to get the spike. Drop down into main.
I love the way that Jonah's playing this, just hiding, making sure that he gets the information about when and where Demon One plants.
Ну чё, кто кого, 15 секунд.
Bleed down. Has to make noise, has to scurry away, looking for the plant spot as well, but just left guessing, wondering where they could be.
Угадал Демон. А вот потом...
Potentially good spot.
Ебать!
Holy! Yeah. Yeah, he is that guy.
Oh my god. Oh, that's the Demon
Хуя
One
фликнул.
Wow,
Демон, иди нахуй, блядь, дай отдохнуть вообще. Противникам дай отдохнуть, взял, трахнул тупо.
That is peak Demon One. That is astonishing.
Ё-моё, какая грязюка. Чё, Nightfall тоже специально SF попикает? Нет, не специально. Нет, не специально. Он берет так, потому что он думает, что он дохуя крутой. Разные, еще раз, разные позиции. Один думает, что противники раки, другой думает, что он дохуя крутой. Разные позиции.
Demon 1 7 and 2 has been the guy who won them round 2 and 4.
He's been electric, really.
В свою очередь, можешь сравнить с Пьюром. Пьюр, наоборот, думает, что он рак, и ему надо потеть как сумасшедшему, абсолютно сумасшедшему. И он потеет как сумасшедший, фармя все и прося команду: команда, сделайте так, чтобы я в итоге из бомжа превратился в убийцу нахуй всего. И вот разные подходы в этом работают. Сделайте так, команда моя, чтобы я всех ёбнул. Я не могу всех ёбнуть, сделайте так, чтобы мог.
It's a weird setup. He's not supposed to have the spike, I think, but he'd be happy to drop that one down. Sentinels. Backside at a timeout. Let's see what they've got up their sleeves. A lot of you talking to be
видел шедевральное ТП с Киттером. Нет, наверное.
Deep TP, but accounted for. Cortezia is going to be taking that one out. It's fake pressure over towards A. Envy hoping to pull rotations.
У тебя идею на керри СФ через Скай украли? Типа того, да.
Redux left to hold this one back and away, but onto that
0.5
angle.
вышел, нет, не видел. Не видел.
On top of it all, Cortezia, now he's really feeling the pressure and the heat. There's a flash and a peek to set himself up, but already just being wrapped from behind. This is Envy with complete control over towards the B site.
Привет, Валанчик, как думаешь, СНТ смогут камбэкнуть? Я думаю, что выиграет команда Envy.
Trophy room is walled off. If you try to go through mid, then Kesnit's got your line very early. There's no flank. Sen just don't have the positioning for this at all. Envy are tearing through them like a hot knife through butter. It's brutal to watch. And that was even the second layer of their round. It wasn't even the intention at the beginning. The intention was a fake, ult into pit, and hopefully take me for free. With
Мне нравится.
You know, pit drop positioning. And instead they had to go for a B split, and it just worked.
Это, наверное, первый за этот год нормальный турнир. Что-то там было прям в начале года, я не помню уж какие турниры. Вроде как был какой-то нормальный турнир. Это по-моему, вообще первый нормальный. Все остальное какая-то хуйня, блять, вообще не смотрибельная.
He's not playing in a spot where he could duck behind cover and paranoia refight them or anything like that.
Прикольно, мне нравится. Единственное, наверное, что-то мало времени. Это получается 4 дня групповой, 4 дня там, и все, и пиздец. И закончился турнир.
Still able to scrap together a couple of bits and pieces here. Rifles at least, but 2 Guardians. They have to correct the course.
That's a very ambitious saturate attempt to trap somebody there. Don't think German was going to...
Я бы сказал, что это действительно первый нормальный турнир. Не сказал бы, что какой-то офигенный, там что-то там. Первый нормальный в году.
So does boiling down to Sage Walls just to reinforce that one. Give limited opportunities for Sentinels to make a play in.
Kesnet 10 miles forward, blocking them in at a very tiny choke point.
Miles ahead of it.
This is another one where it almost looks like you'd save. They won't. They'll go for it. Of course they should.
They have to, right? But Kesnet is just unaccounted for.
А здесь у нас, ребята, судя по всему, 5-1.
Cherry on top. I mean,
your chance of winning a post-plant retake like this are
Вот
almost
такая вот
nil.
история.
Once they've locked you off like this, you got no hope. If you're going to be giving up the sites this easily, you've got to be getting a flank retake going or fighting them over cave or something. But Sen's defensive setups right now, this was killing them in the game that they played most recently against Crew on Sunset.
Зачем стоит на таких позициях при его нулевой реакции? Ребята, это тильт здесь происходит. Сентинелсы в один момент тильтанули, что все у них идет не так. Они не верят в то, чем они здесь вот занимаются. В свою очередь, команда Envy супер замотивирована на фоне того, что Сентинелсы ебали-дремали здесь все. Почему я подумал, что здесь 2-0? Потому что Сентинелсы, еще раз, они играют сценарий первой карты. Они все так же начинают за защиту, затем будут за атаку что-то проперживать. А Sentinels исторически всегда, блядь, это команда, которая это хорошо играет за атаку. Нахуя им терпеть большую часть игры 2 раза подряд, чтобы потом на сильной стороне это все камбэкать. А ошибка была самая главная на самой первой карте, буквально на самой первой начальной секунде. Когда Envy взяли Ascent, а Sentinels нахуя-то взяли защиту. На этой карте понятно, что они будут играть в защиту, так, но эту ладно, они должны были въебать изначально, но предыдущую они не должны были въебывать. То, что они въебали предыдущую, это очень большой удар по эго. То есть, ох, Envy, оказывается, не лохи, блядь, надо потеть, пиздец, потеть не хочется, ну... Въебем, и все, примерно так. А Envy наоборот такие, типа, о, они что-то это вообще тут и здесь обосрались, и здесь обосрались. Ну давай, доебашим их и все. Вот, поэтому и Демон играет игру жизни, и Роузи потеет, все потеют, буквально каждый игрок потеет. Вот, примерно так. Кинуть ссылку на момент со скитером, ну кинь.
Envy getting into these areas. They've now tried to play 5v5 retake with a bit of a flank and been shut down. It was the op and the Odin. They had to save and they had to get the op and the Odin. Without that, they didn't have a hope. Ewok's burning his second timeout, his last timeout. Before round 8. In a desperate hope that they might be able to salvage it in the same way that they did on Ascent. And at least on this map, if you got it back to 6-6, you'd be feeling like you've got some good chances. But are you really going to be able to pull that off again?
The house is in disarray.
And also, I think their chances of pulling back to 6-6 are essentially nil because they're going in on an eco round here.
The money broken.
Перед интом был турик, там участвовали команды, был показатель. Да не было там ничего, всем похуй. Это было бы так, если бы, ребята, если бы мы жили в каком-то идеальном мире, в мире аниме, но мы в реальности живем. Шиповалов второй сет заберет, наверное, да. Ты мема мне не выбыл. Так, а ты покупал? Ты покупал мема? Не было такого. Не было такого, пиздишь. Пиздишь, как дышишь. Пиздишь, я пролистал. Пиздун.
Jump spot doesn't spot much here. Jerwin is going to be holding that one. Saturate. Ready at a moment's notice. Team 1 though taking point, and he's going to be taking a bullet to the brain and the head. Saturate is even better. Sentinels. Trap play works out in their favor. Paranoia is going to be broken. Do Envy still want to opt into it? That is the question.
Weapon here.
Res online.
Second res that might have some decent value. Although the last one got killed immediately.
Wall up. Bit of spam now. So Rez is committed into the corner, so there's a bit of extra safety. The haunt reveals quite a bit. Envy just looking to...
Так, ну чё, неудачно стартанули Envy под мейном А. Против пистолетов. Все шансы у Sentinels вцепиться в этот раунд. На счете 6-1 у нас и на предыдущей карте возникла забуксовка. Вы помните это? На прошлой карте тоже у нас 6-1 превратилось в 6-6.
Over towards the B side, but it's still a full setup now for Cortezia to play around. Someone's going to be deaded.
Со второй попытки Envy смогут пробраться больше, чем за 6 раундов.
In the hallways, looking for these 1v1s, looking for the fights and the opportunities for it. It's a dash to the
Откуда
side.
познание в теннисе? Оттуда же, откуда и у всех. От насмотренности матчей.
Demon 1 on the flank. Big olds now, but Demon 1 on the flank activating. Trying to take these fights, but Redux takes the head again clean off. Answered back now. And with it, to safe defusal, surely. Nice has got a lot to do from this spot. And a smoke to blind fire into. He's able to at least clean up a couple of these kills, but Sen get that round they were looking for. A thrifty to stem the bleeding.
How were they hitting their shots better when they have sheriffs in their hand versus when they had the rifles? Jonah P holding the first angle. He's just the contact for the trap play. Deletes Demon 1. And the round just snowballs from here. They even got the raid boss back online. Demon 1 resurrected wasn't enough. So many sheriff shots being hit here.
Ты нам лучше говоришь, что ставить. Уже все сказано.
I wrote off a 6-6, but technically still possible.
They flipped it now. Look at the money. Business is booming for Sentinels. More than possible now, especially with German with this one. Sentinels, everything is within their grasps.
Care link. I probably link. I have a link right now, Cortez. One link. One blind. Are you playing retake, Cortez?
No, I got the link. The strong P.
They use wall.
They use Sage wall. You want me to bait?
Are we playing retake? Should I get in or no? We're good. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that, Cortez.
It's 5 minutes.
Back
They come. They bait for me.
Okay. I'll blind. Blinding now. Blinding.
One more.
Oh, two.
Ух ты, ебать.
Two more. I'll blind retake.
Как не полетело.
You guys just triple up together. We can go heavy cave.
We have gap B-link again.
I'm gonna check it. I'm on ulted from cat.
Don't hear it. Missing. Don't hear.
Planning B. Planning A. I'm walking.
Omen planet.
I'm walking cave.
Can we just walk? Can we just walk a link? We'll just walk a link.
This is so hard. Yeah.
Нужна победа Envy, я в стрипуху еду. Ежик, если выиграют Envy, меня с собой возьми. Ну или хотя бы донат закинь.
I'm gonna smoke fire.
I want smoke as well.
He ulted from deep cave.
Smoking main.
He's low. On the right. He's not hit. Go side.
Yeah, I'm ignoring him. I'm buying side. I'm dashing out.
On side.
Heard? Could be in the pie smoke.
They're gonna be
One main.
Main.
Defuse main.
Ошибся Глиф.
I'll main.
Nice try.
И нихуя себе. Роузи это выиграл. 4 фрага от Роузы. Угощаю, приезжай. Я не могу. Я максимум могу на стуле вот так вот. Вперед, назад. Так могу. Так что жду донат, если зайдет. Здесь мы за
Envy. Where they give up a ton of map control, and then they have no idea where the Envy players have disappeared to. This round, though, comes down to the individual moments, too. Envy faking like they could be going for some B-split pressure.
It's a ton of util flying forwards now, but Redux going to be the recipient of that paranoia. Has to respect it.
Just pushing Sen back, pushing them away, making it harder, giving them less information.
Same story, isn't it?
At least, though, Jonah P is keeping info in B-Link right now. That, I think, is pretty critical.
Seeing it now. Slowing it down here from Envy.
John is just in spawn. I mean, he's not got a job on this defense setup that they're currently running.
No. He's roaming around, I think, just holding util.
Спасибо М8, что буст по морали дали команде Envy.
That's not optimized.
No. Glyph alone on this line. Okay, Jerwin shuts it down.
Я видел этот раунд. Таким образом, короче, за атаку Sentinels при помощи Кортезии въебали раунд.
Steven won't have to chip this way through just to get access, but it is the A site nevertheless.
Strange usage of the wall. I don't think that was necessary. Could have been better used in the post-plant setups. But Rossi, with a res in his back pocket, could still be the playmaker. Look at the space that Knights is taking. Senna so passive.
Yeah. Prowler broken. Stepping back. It's really just Envy making them earn every single inch on the map. Steel Garden, no. No pocket to play in here. Demon 1 has to rely on a headhunter now. Pulled out with that sidearm. Players potentially receiving it all now. With those rifles, well trained. Envy.
Ошибся. Кизнидиус. Но демон тут как тут выскребывает раунд. 8-й раунд от команды Envy.
Oh, he's toying with him.
At this point, Envy.
8-2.
It's too much space being conceded. Demon will go down to the spike. Could be a problem, depending on the state of the money, but it's another round and they are just happy to get added up to the pile.
Sen looks so scared. They're not in A-Link, ready to retake.
Я смотрю на Кортезию и прям вижу, он хочет меня ограбить, что-то Бук ему точно нашептал.
They're worried that there's fakes and lurks and all sorts going on. But if you're not playing aggressive, you're not getting the information. And if you don't have the information, then you're scared of these kind of things. And Rossi is shouting across the stage.
Либо Шаповалов берет сейчас свой гейм, либо 5-5, и он проебет. Я тоже это вижу. Я вижу, в каком поту он забирает каждое очко. Я тоже это вижу.
Players are ready for it. Envy are just walking straight into them. It was a thrifty win that set Sentinels potentially on the right path earlier, but Lightning not able to strike twice. This time Envy, again, still winning all these fights. Cortezia, it's too difficult of a challenge for him now.
9 от Envy.
Just follow the leader. Kez's going to be leading the charge all the way through into cave already. These TPs just cutting the players off. They don't really care at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, Knights wanted to get on top of that. He had a little hop, but got left behind. It's not going to matter. It really isn't. Envy can do no wrong. The red carpet has been rolled out for them. And Senna saying, welcome in, come and take the sights.
It's time to start talking about it. We were discussing it. And the upper bracket is something to be prized, really, in this format. And Sen's goals of trying to make champs, this whole rebuild gets significantly harder from the lower bracket. They're staring it down currently. You're only afforded...
Вы хотите допы? Не хотим.
One loss as that buffer. If they go down to the lowers, if they want to make it a champs, they have to win every single game from that point on.
And if they do get eliminated in play-ins, you could argue it's been the worst year ever for Sen. On par with like a 2022, 2023 kind of performance. Certainly been a long time since we've seen Sen struggle like this.
$28. У тебя тоже в жизни было такое, когда у тебя настроения нет что-то там делать, и ты нихуя не делаешь, потому что у тебя нет настроения. Не надо говорить, что ты, ну, то есть робот там или еще какая хуйня непонятная. Ты такой же человек, как и они, такой же человек, как и я, и кто угодно. У всех у нас бывает такое, когда вот мы оказываемся в такой ситуации, где, ну вот мы вот в ней, а вот нахуя-то продолжаем быть в ней, несмотря на то, что нам неприятно. Вот.
Well, now it's Redux here. Stunned up. It's a Nightfall going to be used, reciprocating off of all that util pressure. And the other 30 seconds left. There's no clear goal.
30 seconds
no, there isn't.
Mistakes are going to be made here as they're just trying to rush back into one site and the other. And Drunk QT could definitely capitalize. They're going into the opposite direction. 20 seconds.
Oh, they baited out the ult from Redux, though. They found the weak site. It's only Jonah P.
Yep, broken his angles. Now it's Jonah P to be that playmaker. He's the one to put a stop to us now. 13 seconds left. All the players running forwards, but the same can be said for Kesnid. Again, slip the net, playing forwards. Jonah P weaving in and out past these smokes. Demon one, never denied. Always an opportunity to shine for this guy. TP's pass and away. Redux potentially slipping past, but that is not clean at all. Still gets the kill, still gets the job done. 3v3, Sentinels.
Ну чего, 3 в 3. Последний раунд первой половины. Роузи в плохой позиции, в очень плохой позиции. Глиф тоже, но Редакс ошибается. Погибает Глиф. Погибает Демон, и это должен быть третий раунд от команды Sentinels. Хуёвая позиция у Роуза. Хуёвая, хуёвая. Хуёвая, хуёвая.
He finally has his round. He saves Sen here, sticks the defuse, tucked into the corner, but it's 9-3. There's not much celebration happening on the red side of the stage. Jonah's been trying. Joe's still been popping. But this half was all Envy all day long. From the first moment when Demon 1 clutched out round 2 for them, popping heads and giving them the eco, they've been in control.
Увидим, увидим. Напоминаю, ребята, если вы это самое играете в игры, вы можете это качать лагзапер. Он должен, по сути, уменьшать пинг и лаги в играх. Там написано, что он еще FPS повышает, но я хуй знает, каким образом он повышает, поэтому можете проверить и мне рассказать. Потому что я в игры пока что не играю, у меня нет варианта такого поиграть в игры. Можете воспользоваться, мне рассказать. Ой. Какая команда? Ну, сейчас лагзапит. Ну, типа на английском можно написать. Можно написать просто лаг. Сейчас лагзапит.
Help me out. Teach me how to play ping pong. Am I savable?
No, there's no help in you. I'm sorry.
Ah, this is ridiculous.
But for you guys, how I always beat Cortez is spin. You got to learn how to spin the ball, and that's how you take Cortez's money.
You think I could do the spin?
Спасибо.
If you learn, you can beat Cortez.
He believes in me, guys.
Спасибо, спасибо.
Also might need a little bit of that belief, I think, at this point. And yeah, currently down 9-3 at the half. It's their map pick of Summit. It's all gone a little bit too wrong here. Make sure to lock in with another one ExpressVPN as well. Scan that QR code on your screens.
There is a lot of work to be done from the Sen side if they want to try to recover their map pick. There has been a pattern, a trend of Sen playing some of their defense sides across a range of maps.
Я минер, я говорю, я вот все эти 4 часа сижу, у меня вот каменное лицо, и я ничего не могу ни чувствовать, ни испытывать. Такой сегодня день у меня. Судя по всему, я сижу вот так вот так сижу и всё. Удачи, минер, удачи. Еще не победили. Пока еще 4 раунда надо. Пока еще надо 4 раунда. Пистолетка, я думаю, что за Sentinels. Еще, я считаю, ребята, здесь еще далеко не все закончилось. Потому что мы с вами видели уже момент, в самом последнем раунде мы видели момент, где Envy занимали хуевые позиции. Если Envy занимают хуевые позиции за защиту, это очень важно.
Now there's really no options forward. Jonah V, he's got to just try and chip away at this one, but he's worried about the potential cross up. He's just walking for now. The tap. Team 1 looking to see where the signs of life are.
Обалдеть.
Oh no, Jonah P!
Обалдеть, они взяли пистолетку, ребята.
He can do once more. Envy. A pistol round win to get them to 10.
Какое чудо происходит, а? Реально чудо
такое. Trapping Jonah P in there. Jonah's worried about somebody pushing him from the other side. He can't just fully commit to breaking the wall.
А еще поздравляю тех, кто болел за Шаповалова на втором сете. Шаповалов тоже забрал свое. Портятся Sentinels.
Oh my god. Oh, I didn't realize it was personal like that. Hold on. I actually think Narrate's doing better.
Верите, что game is over? Я пока 13 не увижу справа, не поверю, что game is over.
It's a force up from Sen. They're down by 7. They've got to make something happen. But Envy have been outplaying them at every twist and turn.
Невозможно ставить на Шаповалова против Подра, хз. Как это невозможно? Что это означает невозможно? Подр молодой, а Шаповалов опытный и очень заряженный игрок. Не знаю, куда вы смотрите, когда вы наблюдаете за матчами Шаповалова. Как по мне, он один из представителей теннисного мира, за которым наблюдать одно удовольствие. Он ебашит с такой силой, и отдача такая у него. Вы видели, с каким потом он закончил второй сет? Он столько пота, блядь, столько своей жизни вложил в этот сет и в эти два сета, которые он играл. Это вообще пиздец. Не знаю, ребята. Не знаю, про что вы говорите, когда про Шаповалова пишете. Отдача больше, чем у него, хуй знает у кого есть вообще. По-моему, никто так не отдается. А здесь 11-й раунд от Envy, и денег 0 у Sentinels. Иногда лютым бомжам сливают. Да. Дедрир, а как думаешь, ты сливаешь, блядь, лютым бомжам или нет? Скажи мне хоть одного нахуй персонажа, который не сливает лютым бомжам. Начнем с того, что лютых бомжей не существует. А закончим тем, что ты тоже сливаешь. И кто угодно сливает. Нет ни одного человека на планете, который бы, по твоим словам, не сливал бомжам. То есть ты хейтишь абсолютно все человечество. Нахуя? Какой смысл этого мероприятия? Я вообще понять не могу.
Dire circumstances now, and look at it again, the disrespect, the absolute disrespect. Knights adjusting and snapping, Demon One's off to the side.
Ну чё, 12-й, ребят. Матч-поинт для команды Envy после одного фрага. Маренко, кто ты такой, чтобы говорить, что он бестолково долбит? С чего ты взял, что твое познание мира тенниса вообще является хотя бы чем-то нахуй вообще стоящим? Бестолково долбит. А кто не бестолково долбит? Ну-ка расскажи-ка мне. Те, кто по сайтам статистики указаны как первый, второй и третий, вот они не бестолково долбят. А, статистику открой. О, вот это так. А как думаешь, мужик, который пишет про статистику, ты сам статистике следуешь или нет? Минер, спасибо большое. Вам спасибо за донат. Даже если это сотка, ты красавица. Спасибо большое. Гигантские бабки, спасибо большое. Спасибо большое.
Опять вы, не меховые, ворвались в мою хату. Йоу, Эливан Майнер 11, ты снова меня удивляешь, мафака. Донат донатом, вера, ты как медведь, который верит, что каждый улей полон меда. Это как в гетто, когда ты знаешь, что даже в трудные времена надо держаться за свою веру. Ты, чел, с таким донатом, как медвежий король. Заходи на чай, поболтаем о том, как верить до конца и быть на вершине.
Те, кто пишут про статистику, возвращаемся к самым старым моим рассказам, ребята. Во-первых, вы сами не следуете статистике. Во-вторых, вы делаете ставки, в то время как статистика вам говорит, вы въебете все свои бабки. О какой нахуй статистике вы имеете право говорить, если вы сами ей не следуете? Еще раз, когда вы начинаете делать ставки, вы автоматически подписываете у себя в голове документ, в котором вы говорите: я никогда не на стороне статистики. Точка. Потому что нельзя играть и за атаку, и за защиту одновременно. Нельзя быть на стороне света и тьмы одновременно. Нельзя стоять и сидеть одновременно. Нет такого варианта. Вы находитесь в одном мире, занимаетесь одним делом. Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду Envy, дамы и господа. На второй карте они одерживают верх, здесь мы болели и за первой, и на первой, и на второй карте за команду Envy. Всех поздравляю и сочувствую тем, кто болел за Sentinels. А через час и 5 минут начнется The International, мы тоже будем его смотреть, никуда не пропадайте. Если кто захочет поддержать мистера стримера в его начинаниях, можно закинуть монетку вот сюда. Опять же, всех поздравляю, минер. Отдельное поздравление и спасибо большое за монету. Спасибо большое. И отдельный ответ на сообщение: немного разбираюсь в этом спорте. Маренко. Молодец является молодцом ровно до тех пор, пока он не знает, что он молодец. Если ты пишешь, что ты немного разбираешься в спорте, значит ты нихуя не разбираешься в спорте. Все. Вот. Такая вот история. А еще ты сверху доказал это. Ты сказал, что ты 7 лет этим занимался. Если ты думаешь, что раз ты занимаешься 7 лет, то ты имеешь право открывать рот на какого-то игрока, ты, во-первых, не уважаешь этот вид спорта. Во-вторых, ты уже доказал, что ты нихуя не разбираешься. Точка. Ответа, надеюсь, я не услышу. Если и будет ответ, то, надеюсь, там будет написано «извини». Не мне ты должен, не передо мной ты должен извиняться, а перед самим собой и пересмотришь свою точку зрения. Вот. Так. А нам надо с вами как-то занять себя на целый час.
I think you've got to put respect on Envy now. Absolutely. Well, we're going to send it down to the stage. It's GB standing by once more for that Horizon post-match interview. Please take it away. Thank you so much, Brennan. Sideshow. Folks in the Riot Games Arena, do me a solid. Give it up for Envy and Knights. Well done. Well done. That was, safe to say, shocking. a touch shocking. Maybe not shocking for you though, because we were talking off camera. You were telling me about just that work that you guys have been putting into this, and I guess that would be like a great place to start things off, because it has been a journey for you guys. I believe it was a 1-4 in the stage. Yeah, haven't had a lot of great opportunities to really show what you're capable of. How important was this win for you guys today, especially against Sentinels?
I mean, it's very important. Like all the wins and like what we've been doing recently just showed like a lot, because like we put in so much time and effort on like getting better, because we all know we're 5 individually very talented players, so we just put so much hours, and like seeing all this progress and seeing these wins really just help us a lot. It's like the start wasn't really that great.
What would you say was like the hardest?
И вот таким Envy, если чего, вы возможно думали, что Envy какие-то хуёвые, Envy какие-то такие, вот опять же думали, что Sentinels вот такие, а Envy вот такие, и вот таким Envy вчера проиграли М80. Опять же, если Если вы думаете, что М80 какие-то хуёвые, вы очень ошибаетесь. Потому что вчера после проеба М80, или позавчера, когда это было? Позавчера, наверное. Очень многие люди писали какие-то гадости. Вот Данил в том числе, и он не собирается исправляться. И это некорректно. Пойдешь в турбо? Пойдем, пойдем.
Yeah, did you feel like in the process of doing that, like was that more of a you thing, being like, hey, I think we can incorporate the Phoenix into this composition, or was that more Coach Stunner and the rest of the...
Нет, Данил, просто как от моста, это так не работает. Нет такого, что просто вот это, нет.
We just really talk about things, and that idea has been brought out by individuals.
And I guess in that note too, the aggression that we're seeing from you guys, because it's unrelenting. Y'all just are every round. It feels like you're.
И даже если и так, Данил, то М80 у тебя на экране прямо сейчас стоит. И говорит, что М80 какие-то не такие. Вот М80 перед тобой стоит. Раз уж ты так выражаешься. Вот М80 сейчас трахнули Sentinels.
Yeah, no, of course. And of course, Glyph has been unreal in the IGL, like you said.
100%, amazing IGL, man.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better one now. Moving on, though, you guys are going to be playing MIBR next. That's the spot for the playoffs. How you feeling?
I mean, that team, they got some shooters, so we have to be on our 100%. We can't slip at all, so we got to be very focused because that team, once again, has a lot of shooters. But yeah, we can definitely bring a good challenge to them and take over that spot and fight for playoffs.
Hell yeah, love to see it. Thank you so much for your time as always, my man. You didn't assault the Cupid, but it's okay. All right, everyone, give it up one more time for Knights and Envy. And let's send it over to match point. Close out the show.
Балдеж, балдеж. Так.
Hello and welcome to Match Point. We have our
Так, сейчас настрою. Матч мы будем смотреть Аврора против Бэтбум.